seat and we'll kick off proceedings. I know it's much nicer outside than in here, but I'm sure we'll have more than enough time to be outside and enjoy the wonderful weather that we're enjoying at the moment. Okay, so as everyone else comes in, and please, there's a few more seats over on this side as well, and tables on the other side of the room. Come in, and there's, as always, more seats up front. Yama friends. Gaidngaya Baimi Williamson, Yualia Gadugadi in northwest New South Wales, and my mother comes from northwest Queensland, Cloncurry. I have the extraordinary privilege of being the chair for this Global Indigenous Data Sovereignty Conference in 2025. I will pause and acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people and thank them for a very generous welcome here on country, their Daymard, and acknowledge their ancestors and creators of these lands, Marang Nginangu, Winningainanga. We here gathered are people that appreciate the importance of place, and it is significant that we gather here at this time. 10 years ago, these lands hosted a similar gathering. That group, somewhat smaller, but no less significant, first galvanised around the idea of Indigenous data sovereignty, producing the first comprehensive collection of writings that explored key issues and highlighted the significance of Indigenous data sovereignty. It was called Towards an Agenda. Indeed, the term Indigenous data sovereignty emerged from that gathering 10 years ago. And although the idea of Indigenous peoples being in control of their data destinies was long known, the power and momentum that has flowed from establishing a global Indigenous data sovereignty discourse and galvanising collective efforts around it has been significant. So, 10 years on from that gathering, we come together once more and ask ourselves, how far have we come? To do this, the conference working group has developed an innovative program that has deliberately focused on moving from thinking about Indigenous data sovereignty to implementation through Indigenous data governance. Quite simply, the challenge is no longer to define what Indigenous data sovereignty is or why it's important. The challenge is how do we do it? For the Global Indigenous Data Sovereignty Conference, which we will call IDSov 2025, we seek to advance Indigenous data sovereignty further. It is time for a collective leap to the next stage of our common movement to implement Indigenous data sovereignty through Indigenous data governance. Over the next 3 days, we will have the opportunity to hear about how our and your peoples are advancing Indigenous data sovereignty through Indigenous data governance in your respective nations, both Indigenous and in relation to settler states. IDSov 2025 is an opportunity to share knowledge, make new connections, challenge ourselves to do more, and explore what more looks like in our varied contexts. But it's also a time to pause, to acknowledge the pioneers from who the seeds of knowledge first emerged, and to celebrate all that has been achieved already. Today and tomorrow, IDSov 2025 brings together Indigenous peoples only who are embedding Indigenous data governance within their communities and organisations. You'll hear about the dual mechanisms of Indigenous data governance, that is, governance of Indigenous data, which is concerned with developing the systems and processes for communities and organisations to control, or at least have a say in, how Indigenous data are developed, accessed and used. Data about Indigenous peoples often reside within existing government, NGO and private entities, and so examining the governance of Indigenous data in these contexts is necessary. And it's an important dimension of our work. But if governance of Indigenous data is necessary, what is desirable is data for Indigenous governance. Data for Indigenous governance describes the systems, processes and institutions, those already developed and yet to be, where Indigenous peoples, communities and our community organisations or First Nations governments develop and implement their own data systems, or that receive repatriated data in accordance with their needs from external entities. These data are pivotal in providing a basis for the rebuilding of nations and exercising sustainable self-determination. On day 3, we will welcome in non-Indigenous institutions and agencies that collect and administer Indigenous data to present an update on how they are embedding governance of Indigenous data in their systems. This will provide important opportunities to listen to their perspectives and glean insights into the impact of different policies, programs and legal requirements that promote or inhibit the realisation of Indigenous data sovereignty. Beyond these issues, I'm sure that many more ideas and new challenges will emerge. One in particular is how to protect Indigenous data with the advent of artificial intelligence, as well as the opportunities might exist for Indigenous groups to harness AI as they seek to find new expression in contemporary times. But just to reiterate, and so we're all clear, today and tomorrow are for Indigenous delegates only. While we do have a lucky and select few non-Indigenous allies here as staff and volunteers, helpful whites we might call them, the next 2 days are strictly an Indigenous space. On Wednesday, we will welcome non-Indigenous colleagues to hear about their efforts in supporting and upholding Indigenous data sovereignty through Indigenous data governance. So if there are any dingoes dressed up in emu feathers out there, please respect that creating and holding Indigenous-only spaces is not only important, it's incredibly rare. Indeed, a strength of the global Indigenous data sovereignty movement is in its strategically minded and stubborn insistence to create and hold these decolonial spaces. I'd like to acknowledge and thank the hosts of IDSov 2025, Mai Ngara, the Australian Indigenous Data Sovereignty Network, and Yajura Walani, the National Centre for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Wellbeing Research here at the Australian National University. I'd like to also acknowledge and thank the Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organisation, the CSIRO, as a partner of IDSov 2025. To our sponsors, without who this gathering could not take place. The gold sponsor is the Cancer Council. To our silver sponsors, the Australian Institute for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Studies, the Academy of Social Sciences, and the National Association of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Health Workforce Practitioners, and to our bronze sponsors, the National Indigenous Australians Agency, the Lowitja Institute, the Australian Alliance for Indigenous Genomics, and the University of Sydney. We sincerely and genuinely thank you. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to each of you. Today, just today, there's about 280 people that have registered for today and tomorrow. And so many of you have come from extraordinarily distant places. It takes a long time to travel to Australia. You notice that it's not a place that you can drop in on the way to somewhere else. And everyone's time is precious. The fact that we have so many people here from so many corners of this world speaks to the importance of this gathering and also to the opportunity that's available to us over the next week. We have friends from Turtle Island, including Canada, the United States and Mexico. We have Pacific community members from various nations throughout South Pacific, but also friends from Southeast Asian nations, including the Philippines. We have Sami cousins from Norway, and of course our brothers and sisters from across the Dutch, from the land of the long white cloud, Aotearoa, New Zealand. There is extraordinary diversity in this room, and the depth and richness of that experience, knowledge and wisdom will undoubtedly shine like a lighthouse at midnight over calm waters. For those who haven't yet downloaded the conference app, I encourage you to do so. You're welcome to open your phones and download the Ignite event launcher, and when you do, simply enter IDSov 25 and you'll have access to the program. I encourage you all to examine the conference program to ensure you are aware of timing and topics, but also encourage you all to look at the cultural program and take time over the next 3 days to attend and participate in any one of a number of cultural activities, including weaving workshops, cultural tours, there's a film screening this afternoon, and also community mapping, and there's more activities. You may have already noticed that we do have a graphic illustrator. So there's a graphic illustrator and some of their illustrations will be put up on the board over here to my left. So the graphic illustrator, Zara, will be creating live visual notes of our sessions. You'll receive these visuals after the conference via email and it will be publicly available on the website. Feel free to take photos throughout the conference. As your chair, I'm also reminded to provide a safety and comfort briefing. Bathrooms, there's lots of bathrooms in this facility, so outside of the door on the right you'll find find bathrooms, and also upstairs on the left you'll find other bathrooms. For those of you who wish not to use the stairs, there is an elevator to access the upper level as well, just opposite the registration desk on the left. In the unlikely event of an emergency, we're all to gather on the grassy knoll, which is across the way. You would have walked past it on the way to and back from the smoking this morning. If in doubt, listen to any one of the staff and volunteers who are the people in the blue shirts wandering around. This event is being recorded. The fact is, in many of our nations, issues of climate, gender, imperialism, social justice and Indigenous rights and recognition, it's politically charged. This conference is being recorded for posterity and to record outcomes, but we're all on the record. So please keep questions, commentary fair, honest, but respectful, and may our sentiments not be misinterpreted. Technology, we are all busy people, as I said. Your work, your emails, they'll be waiting for you at the end of the day and they'll be waiting for you at the end of the week. This group will not be. So please, there are an abundance of notebooks and pens if you need something good old-fashioned paper and a pen to write on, and just encouraging everyone to really harness the opportunity and be present with us for the next few days. And finally, if you have any feedback or concerns or questions about the venue, about the event, the staff and volunteers in the blue shirts or at the registration desk are your go-to point. Please don't wait for the feedback forms to give us your feedback, and if there's any way we can improve on an ongoing basis over the next couple of days, please let the staff know. Sincerely, we hope the next 3 days provoke new thoughts, provide original insight into new contexts, but also offer strength and foster a sense of unity and a renewed sense of purpose and energy. But most of all, I sincerely hope that you all enjoy yourselves, for what is on offer is the opportunity to share, learn, catch up with new friends and catch up with old friends and make new ones. Now it's my absolute pleasure to introduce the first panel of IDSov 2025. As many of you are aware, the Global Indigenous Data Alliance is comprised of various groups and networks operating in different places to progress Indigenous data sovereignty in their own contexts. The first panel will provide an opportunity to hear from these groups. Over the next hour, speakers will share lessons and insights into how Indigenous peoples are progressing, or not, on their path to Indigenous data sovereignty through Indigenous data governance. They will reflect on some of the significant challenges and hopefully allow us to celebrate in their success so that we might take inspiration to overcoming entrenched challenges in our own contexts. This session is designed to reflect on the Indigenous data sovereignty journey since the first meeting 10 years ago. It offers a touchstone opportunity to reflect on 10 years of action, intellectual innovation and cultural resurgence, and lay a platform to consider where we go from here. So we have 8 groups. We've got a few speakers in this first panel, and they'll be providing an update. Each group will have 5 minutes to provide their update, and we'll hold questions till the end. So because we've got a large number of speakers, I'm going to introduce them all and invite them all up onto stage, and we'll go through each of the speakers and they can introduce themselves a little bit more when they come up to the lectern. From Maiamnairi Wingara here in Australia, Emeritus Professor Maggie Walter and Professor Ray Lovett. We will then hear from Jacinta Fa'alili-Fido of the Pacific Data Sovereignty Committee. Following Jacinta, we will welcome Kiri West from Te Manauranga in Aotearoa, New Zealand. Jonathan Diwa will then join us from the First Nations Information and Governance Centre in Canada. We will then welcome Roby Halep, who is the Executive Director of the Right Energy Partnership with Indigenous Peoples and Coordinator of the Indigenous Peoples Major Group for Sustainable Development in the Philippines. Stephanie Carroll Russo will then join us. Stephanie is from the Native Nations Institute at the University of Arizona to offer perspectives from the United States. Following that, we'll welcome Oscar Figueroa from the College of Postgraduate Studies in Mexico, and finish with Susanna Siri from the Centre for Sami Health Research at the University of Tromsø in Norway. She will round out our panel. So please welcome our speakers.
Yapalingana. I'm Maggie Walter. I'm Palawa from Litchfield, Tasmania. If we can get our slide up, I'll get going straight away. Okay, so I'm here with Ray Lovett, to represent Myam Nairi Wangara and just have a little look at some of the milestones since 2015. So Ray and I were the Australian reps at the original workshop, and it was a pretty tough workshop. Like, we had to submit our chapter before we could even turn up, like the chapters that are in the book. They worked us pretty hard. But I just want to put this together over the weekend, thinking about the key milestones, and there are a lot more that we could include, but I've tried to put there the things that have really been the first times. So 2015, of course, the workshop. Myam Nairi Wangara, we were a little bit later than some of the other networks, and we took our lead from Tamana and others, and we formed in 2017. And like Maui was saying last night, we actually came up with our name when we were on our way to see the ABS, to talk with them. We said we needed to be a thing. We heard their story, said let's give ourselves a name. So Myam Nairi Wangara Myam is a Torres Strait Islander word, Nairi is a Palawakani word, and Wangara is a Dharawal word from the people who were seated at the table at the cafe, and it just basically means good knowledge. So we went to see the ABS. They looked at us like we had two heads and didn't understand a single thing we said, but we got a kick-ass name out of it, so it was all worthwhile. Our first real thing, and our logo at the top, I want to pay tribute to Ray Lovett, who developed that. It's a beautiful logo. He did that because he saw my efforts, which were dreadful, and took over, thank goodness. 2018, we did our summit, our Indigenous Data Sovereignty Summit, and we had over 40 people from around Australia come. They all had to pay their own way. We had no money. We had our colleagues from Aotearoa come across and help us, and from that we did the first set of Indigenous Data Sovereignty, or our set of Indigenous Data Sovereignty principles. We got cheeky, we wrote a communique, we sent it to everybody, and those principles now have lasted, and we have built the Indigenous Data Governance principles since then. We had our GIDA workshop in Oñati in Spain, which was where we all came together more formally in that global network, which is so important to our work. 2020, the IDSov Code of Ethics. That's a milestone because it was the first time that Indigenous data sovereignty was formalised within a policy. And people doing research with First Peoples in Australia had to consider how Indigenous data sovereignty, they had to consider what they were doing with data, they had to consider Indigenous leadership. And that was such a change from the guidelines we'd had either from Enaction MRC or IDSov in the past. 2024, the Productivity Commission, oh no, I've missed one. 2023, we had the Indigenous Data Governance Summit in Cairns, where again, at that time we had 130 people in the room and we had to cap it at that. And we came together to develop the Indigenous Data Sovereignty or Governance Principles in Australia. Again, we sent a communique, and those governance principles are now becoming part of the Indigenous Data Sovereignty landscape here. They help guide how non-Indigenous agencies especially understand what it is that we're trying to do. 2024, the Productivity Commission looked at closing the gap, the premier, I suppose, Indigenous policy in Australia, and thanks, Ron. And there it really embedded Indigenous data sovereignty and governance principles and the Myam Nairi Wangara principles, and also put forward the idea of the Bureau of Indigenous Data. So again, it's that step forward. 2024 also, under Dr. Jacob Pren, the National Indigenous Australians Agency developed the Governance of Indigenous Data Framework. Important because it's the first time a non-Indigenous, which is actually led how non-Indigenous agencies would treat Indigenous data. First time in Australia. There'd never been anything about how you would treat Indigenous data. And 2025 just got through the Inquiries Amendment, URUK, Justice, Commission Records and Other Matters Act. That's critical because that Inquiries Act actually changes the Inquiries Act so that First Peoples records from URUK, the URUK Justice Commission that I'm involved with, can be protected once they go into the Public Records Office of Victoria. Previously, the Inquiries Act would not have protected them. We wouldn't have allowed the protections we put in place during URUK to continue afterwards. So that's the first time we've had anything in legislation. And of course, 2025, today. I'll hand over to Ray now.
Ngāti Yui Yure Ngāti Nyampa. So my name's Ray Lovett. I'm a Nyampa man from Western New South Wales, but I'm also an executive member and a founder of the Myamnari Wingara Indigenous Data Sovereignty Collection. As Maggie's outlined, there's some significant milestones, particularly in the Australian context there on the slide for you. But I really wanted to just express support for one of these and give you a bit of an insight into that. So that was the summit in Cairns and what we produced from that summit, which is available here at the conference. And so that document that we developed, I have here and is outside, is the Taking Control of Our Data guide developed by MNW and published by the Lowitja Institute. That guide was developed by some 130 delegates that attended that conference that Maggie talked about, with the explicit aim of developing practical tools to guide establishment of local data projects. And I thought for the first 2 days it's very appropriate that we talk about how Indigenous communities and organisations can enact Indigenous data governance at their local level. So this guide goes towards that very aim, so I'd encourage you to pick up a copy of that. Starting on page 18 of the document, you'll find the defined steps and processes for your community, organisation or family group to use in relation to each of the 5 Myamnari Wingara Indigenous Data Sovereignty Principles. The guide describes several actions people can take, asks who will undertake those actions, and the timeframes can be input for the actions to occur. For example, exercising control of the data ecosystem, a key IDSov principle, is enacted through establishing a governance system locally. That's a decision-making mechanism, and the guide identifies how governance systems can be established by and when. The guide also addresses how to get data back from the state and administrative systems in which our data sit, rather than reinventing data. There's so much data out there about us, we want to get some of that back. At the same time, the guide asks us to consider what data is not collected, then asks about how these data might be developed and collected within your context. It also discusses processes and systems for people to think about in terms of what is important, our priorities. The Jabu Mugai presentation in the next session is a great example of the approach to deciding priorities important to a discrete Aboriginal community, so you'll see that in the next panel session. We developed the guide to be available to mob in whatever context they are thinking about using data for their advancement. Copies of the guide, as I said, are available from the MNW stall, just out to the right. So please grab a copy or ask us for advice about how to use it for your purposes. My final point, and I guess from the MNW perspective, is that in Australia, there's been a huge uptake in the use of IDSov language. We talk about this often. This is particularly the case in the government setting. Remaining true to the principles remains the challenge of the future, including for governments who must acknowledge that to truly enact IDSov is to cede power to us. Thanks.
Mālora soifua mau malangi mama e meiset pa ia mālua tātou whanatanga. Tālofa lava, whakalofalahi atu, kia orana, mālua lelei, pola vinaka, Māori, talohani, tēnā koutou katoa. I'm Jacinta Whalelifira and I'm here to represent the Pacific Data Sovereignty Committee and Network, and it is an honour to be part of this amazing conference. Happy 10th birthday to this wonderful movement of global Indigenous data sovereignty. And I do wish to acknowledge Paul and Matilda House for taking us through the cultural walk yesterday and for the opening ceremony this morning, and for giving us permission to speak on this land. I'm here with two other members of our committee, Dr. Al Shadan Tautolo and Dr. Sam Manuela. You'll recognise them with the bright aloas or Pacific shirts. Looking around the room yesterday, I feel that as Pacifica peoples, we also represent the concept of colour, and we embrace all of the colours that nature gives us. But our group is a young group. We were formalised in 2019 during a seminar in November, just before the pandemic hit. We came together with no money, very little time, but a whole lot of passion for Pacific data. And as many of you know, this is the perfect breeding ground for setting up some of the most important work that anyone can ever participate in. We have activism roots, because in 2018 we had put together a media release conveying our dismay at Statistics New Zealand, and that's our nation's steward for census and administrative data. In 2018 they moved to a digital approach, and therefore meant that there was a very low response rate among our Pacific peoples. As a result of that, we were summoned into a meeting with the then CEO of Stats NZ and the CEO of Ministry for Pacific Peoples. But what was great was that that was the start, I guess, of some really important advocacy and allowed for more Pacific peoples to participate in data systems. We are very much indebted to tangata whenua, our tuakana and the tuakana teina Aotearoa context, for looking out for us as their Pacific cousins. I want to acknowledge Tahu and Andrew Spall, Maui Hudson, for really inspiring us through Te Mana Raraunga. I want to note that we are not Indigenous to Aotearoa. We are a diasporic community living in New Zealand, and we all track our heritage back to one of multiple countries and nations across the Pacific region. When we speak with our ainga back at home in our Pacific heritage countries, they don't really have to worry about data sovereignty because they are the owners of their own country systems. And so they really awhi us in the work that we do as diasporic communities living who have made homes in New Zealand. And our group came together to discuss and advocate for Pacific input across a number of systems. And that's because there are a number of Pacific inequities. And so we start by looking at things like the quality of ethnicity classifications. We are very pleased that in Aotearoa we can collect up to level 4 ethnicity classifications, which is really important because as Pacific, there's strength in numbers. It's an umbrella term. But we are not an homogenous group. We are very much heterogeneous. And we have different cultures and ethnicities, which there are slightly nuanced but very significant differences. And I just want to share a quote from Dr. Ana Taufulungai. Data sovereignty is not just about ownership of the collection, storage, retrieval, accessibility and application and dissemination of individual groups and cultural information. It is about taking charge of our destiny. It allows for an understanding of who we are, where we came from and where we aspire to go. And so that's really driven us in our work. We've come up with guidelines which resonate with GIDA and the CARE principles. And our impact was such that we signed in 2022 a Memorandum of Understanding with Statistics New Zealand and with the Ministry for Pacific Peoples. And so we've had a conference, we've had hundreds of people who have great interest in data sovereignty. We also have partnerships with the Centre for Data Ethics, also led by Stats NZ. We have universities and organisations drawing us to talk about Pacific data sovereignty and incorporating our guidelines into their research policies. And last year we received funding from the Auckland Bioengineering Institute to look at Pacific data sovereignty and AI. And so this is a hot topic of the moment, and we have a report that's due in June. I guess our biggest challenges are moving away from a very tokenistic use of Pacific data sovereignty guidelines and not using us as a bit of a tick box for a lot of their proposals and applications and so on. But also one of the biggest challenges is that we have no money. We're relying a lot on volunteers and really moving to perhaps formalize us as more of a trust. And also just government policies, leadership ideologies that differ from ours. I believe this is more of a worldwide issue, but it is at times like these that I think we become a lot more activist in nature. And I just want to end with the Samoan proverb, o lupe sa vau ese ese ai wa fui fui whaatasi. We are from different parts of the forest, but connected in one cause, whawhitai lava.
Oh, geez, sorry. Tēnā koutou katoa, mauri ora ki te whare. My name is Kitty West, and I am here as part of Te Mana Raraunga, the Māori Data Sovereignty Network. I am a mokopuna, a descendant of Parehauraki whānui, and I bring with me the stories of my land and of my people. And for me, when I talk about data sovereignty, I am talking about the responsibilities that we have to protect and uphold the integrity of these stories, whether they're being represented as zeros and ones in huge data sets or shared intimately over a cup of tea. And while this journey can feel lonely at times, I'm sure we've all had experiences of being the only Indigenous person in the room. This responsibility is not resting solely on my shoulders. As I mentioned, I'm part of a wider network of Māori scholars, activists, and practitioners who are committed to advancing Māori data sovereignty. This network, Te Mana Raraunga, or the Māori Data Sovereignty Network. It was formed shortly after the first gathering here in 2015, and since then members of Te Mana Raraunga have worked alongside others, including the Data Iwi Leaders Group, more recently operating under the arm of Te Kāhui Raraunga, to raise awareness around what Māori data sovereignty might look like and how we might progress towards it. So over the last 10 years, the idea of Māori data sovereignty has been really well socialised across organisational and institutional spheres. In particular, I can think about organisations and institutions which espouse a strong commitment to our founding document, Te Tiriti o Waitangi, indicating an aspirational keenness to adopt Māori data sovereignty in their practice. So we now have research funding bodies like the Royal Society or the Health Research Council, all kind of talking about how important Māori data sovereignty is. The university where I work have claimed an aspirational statement in their strategic plan to be a Māori data sovereignty institution, whatever that looks like. And we as Te Mana Raraunga are frequently seeing a real keenness and thirst for this kind of information in our email inbox, with people reaching out and trying to tap into what it is that we do. Which in theory all sounds wonderful and great, except there is often real pushback when the realisation hits that this would mean relinquishing power over data assets. So Māori data sovereignty, referring to the inherent rights and responsibilities that Māori have in relation to the collection, ownership and application of Māori data, becomes really hard for organisations to kind of live up to. Thought about in this way, enacting Māori data sovereignty is not actually the domain of organisations or institutions that are not Māori-led. Their role is to enable whānau, hapu and iwi to assert Māori data sovereignty through Māori data governance, which may or may not align with the organisation's intentions. And like many initiatives, it can become the very definition of the too hard basket. And it needn't be. Groups like Te Mana Raraunga and Te Kāhui Raraunga, alongside advocates at the community level, have worked hard to remove barriers and excuses by creating resources which support the application of Māori data sovereignty across a range of contexts. So I'm thinking here about things like the Māori data governance model, which was developed by Te Kāhui Raraunga and will be discussed later on in in this gathering that provides clear guidance for the public sector on how to assess where a group is in terms of Māori data governance and develop actionable steps to move forward. Despite these advancements, challenges remain, and the extent to which frameworks like the Māori data governance model can affect change depends heavily on government support and alignment with Indigenous aspirations, which we realise is a bit of tricky ground at the moment. Without systemic shifts in power dynamics, progress may stall at the aspirational level. And this is where the work happening at the community level becomes really critical. So here I'm thinking about the work of groups like Te Huku Media in the AI space, and over the next couple of days we'll also hear about some of the other community level projects that are happening as well in New Zealand. Those implementation came through really strongly at a gathering Te Manararonga held in February of this year, where our communities indicated the gaps between frameworks and how these can be taken up within community practice. The Māori Data Sovereignty Special Issue, scheduled for release at the end of the year, has been focused on providing practical case studies of applying Māori data sovereignty in an array of different contexts. In looking to the next few years, we are excited by the leadership of Te Kāhuiraronga in transforming data infrastructure, as well as the growing hapu data sovereignty being enacted throughout the country.
The data generation systematically. It's more paper and pen on the ground. We have the community-based monitoring and information system. It looks at key domains in relation to Indigenous people's rights. And these are implemented in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, Indigenous communities. We also have the Indigenous Navigator. This will be discussed tomorrow by my colleague further, but this came about on the need of Indigenous peoples to have a more evidence-based approach to advocacy in relation to violations of our rights, but also the push for the recognition of Indigenous peoples in the region, not only in Asia, but also in Asia and Latin America. Now, the Indigenous Navigator looks at the full provision of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. So how the tool was developed was really looking at the 46 provisions of the UN RIP and monitoring the implementation of states of the UN RIP and their human rights commitments to other treaty monitoring bodies, because the provisions in the UN RIP are quite related to the different treaty monitoring bodies, and recommendations being put forward to states are more into the land rights and recognition of Indigenous peoples. Areas where the Indigenous Navigator initiative is being implemented are in areas that are high conflict, highly militarized, and also affected by projects, imposed development projects in their territory. So these are quite difficult communities where this is being implemented. But beyond the data gathering in the Indigenous Navigator, communities who are implementing these ones are also given the opportunity to implement a small grants based on the data gathered and identified needs and priorities. They're able to identify projects based on their defined priorities. So it's beyond data gathering, it's beyond reporting, but it also advances the right to self-determined development for Indigenous peoples. At the global level, given the push of civil society and also Indigenous peoples on the recognition of citizen-generated data, a collaborative was developed with UN agencies, the collaborative on citizen data, and just recently, the Copenhagen framework was adopted by the UN Statistical Division, and it includes data sovereignty of Indigenous people. So we're quite happy that in the key principles of citizen data, our data sovereignty is recognized there, including free, prior, and informed consent. Again, at the global level, to give you updates, also Indigenous peoples are coming together to strengthen our work on indicators. Indigenous peoples developed indicators and really putting this together in the different processes that we are engaging in the Sustainable Development Goals, climate change, and the Convention on Biological Diversity, because we need to have a more common platform, a more common system of monitoring the implementation of our rights. But in doing so, of course, we face challenges in implementing all of these, aside from the technical and financial challenges in terms of continuing this work that we are doing at the community level. There's also the increasing repression of Indigenous peoples, the increasing criminalization and red tagging of initiatives that we are doing on the ground. There is also this still widespread non-recognition of Indigenous peoples, which makes data gathering for Indigenous peoples very difficult. There's this discrimination that we are facing on the ground, where even data coming from government agencies are difficult to retrieve. Not also saying that there's absence of data on Indigenous peoples on the ground. And the big challenge that we're also facing now are these climate solutions that are being pushed again to Indigenous peoples, and researches are being done to discredit Indigenous peoples on the ground. There's this one instance in a nickel mining area where Indigenous peoples in voluntary isolation are there. And a research was done by a company. They hired an academe to do that, to say that these are just regular Indigenous peoples and not Indigenous peoples in voluntary isolation. So this is how data is also being used against us, Indigenous peoples. But we persist the work that we do in relation to pushing for our right to data sovereignty, but also our right to self-determination. The UN Declaration on Indigenous Peoples will be 20 years in 2027, and these initiatives that we're doing right now, aside from other Indigenous peoples-led initiatives, are key milestones that should be put forward when we celebrate the 20 years of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jonathan Dewar, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer at the First Nations Information Governance Centre in Canada. So we are among the folks who have come a long way to join you, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here with you. One of the reasons why we love to come and spend time with you folks from across the world in these conversations is you have for many, many years been incredibly generous and incredibly gracious when you talk about the work that we have done in Canada, acknowledging that we have been doing some work in and around these spaces for decades. So if you know us, you probably know us because of the First Nations principles of OCAP, ownership, control, access, and possession. We are celebrating 20 years, formally, of those OCAP principles this summer. So for us, thank you. So my colleagues and I who are here, of course, we're all very young and can't possibly go back as far as the work extends. Some of us in the network, of course, do go back quite a ways. I'm not principally among them, having joined this work first joined this work in 2017 with FNIGC. But we acknowledge that we are the latest people who've been given the privilege of carrying this bundle of knowledge. So that work that started in the mid-1990s when First Nations were left out of important population surveys by the Government of Canada, First Nations were faced with this incredible deficit. And to their credit, the First Nations leadership of the day, the thought leadership of the day, essentially the grassroots leadership of the day, turned that challenge, that deficit, into an opportunity, which was to say, if you won't include us in the way that we must be included, then we will build what we need for ourselves. And so that led to the initial stages, the initial development of a national First Nations-led health survey, again, approaching 30 years of implementation. So it's a real strength of our work that we have all those decades to talk about. I say this with all humility. When I talk about the story of this work, I realize sometimes it sounds like we're saying we're so much further ahead than some people. And of course, we don't mean that at all. We acknowledge the privilege we had in that moment in the 1990s, that piercing of light that was possible that allowed us to move forward with some of this work. And we're grateful for that experience. We're not shy about telling you all the things that have gone wrong over the years, all the challenges we've had with successive federal, provincial, and territorial governments. And I won't spend too much time in this conversation, this short conversation, talking about that. But on day 3, I will be talking in greater detail about our current work. which is to advance a national First Nations data governance strategy. And that work, we are midway through an initial 3-year implementation phase. So this is not conceptual anymore. We delivered a strategy in 2020. The federal government supported the implementation of that strategy in the federal budget in 2021. And in 2022, we began that initial stage of implementation. So this is not dreaming, folks. This is real. The strategy is nothing short of a purpose-built, First Nations-led information governance system. So a system that is artfully woven through the comprehensive ecosystem that is all those different sectoral or thematic elements, so not just health information, the place that we started, not just financial information, a focus of our federal government, fiscal accountability. So not just narrowly defined, but purpose-built to ensure that First Nations have their own First Nations-led information governance system. And then key to that is also a purpose-built First Nations statistical system, or what we might call an institution. The challenge for us has always been to build from the ground up. So those elements I talked about, the grassroots leadership, the thought leadership, the formal leadership, building from the ground up, from our 630 plus First Nations governments, building up regionally. And we are a network of regions. FNIGC only exists because the nations and communities in those 10 regions, which is the structure of our network, we only exist because the nations and communities choose to come together to do work that is best done or necessarily done at a national level. Along that journey, we had to figure out how we could come together because there's such incredible diversity across our country. You know, it's a massive country with incredible diversity coast to coast to coast. That led to the development of the OCAP principles and ethical frameworks and this national strategy, which I will have the great privilege to talk about in greater detail on day 3. So with that, I say thank you, and I look forward to the conversations. Thank you.
Sidak Aknat Kastan, Sidak Stephanie Carroll, Tishu Stas, Landak Nalchina. I'm very happy to be here with you today. I'm Stephanie Carroll. I'm Atna from the native village of Kludikan, Alaska. And I bring greetings from my co-founder of the U.S. Indigenous Data Sovereignty Network, Desi Small-Rodriguez, who cannot join us today, but she was at the first gathering here in Canberra almost 10 years ago. I also bring greetings from Dr. Riley Taitingfong, who will take over the helm as the lead of the U.S. Indigenous Data Sovereignty Network very soon. Grateful to both of them and happy to be here today with you to talk about what we've been doing. I do want to give acknowledgement to Mayamnari Wingara and Te Mana Raranga and some other networks who have supported our travel and coordination to come here after the events that have occurred with our U.S. nation-state government restricting both funding and also some of our movement. And so grateful to be here with you all. Next slide, please. I'm going to tell our story through the last year to represent what we've done over the past 10 years. The U.S. Indigenous Data Sovereignty Network was founded in 2016, and we'd had multiple smaller gatherings and summits over the previous about 8 years. And last year, we held our first U.S. Indigenous Data Sovereignty and Governance Summit for the entire nation, and we were blessed to have many of our colleagues here from the GIDA networks to join us in that. That resulted in, next slide, please, a brief that outlined U.S. Indigenous Data Sovereignty and Governance strategies for moving forward over the next year. We established core values for data futures that can be adapted to guide community-specific data governance principles and strategies. We'll talk about that more in a minute. Also established an authority to activation framework. This is kind of like the Maori Mahi Manha model, where we have the worker bees and our leadership. We established the need to establish a U.S. Indigenous data governance strategy. We do not have one. We are working towards it. Also, a critical issue in our country is the lack of a standard for Indigenous people's data. We are counted in no less than 15 ways by the federal government, and we need to rectify that situation. And finally, we reaffirmed the established Indigenous data sovereignty and Indigenous data governance principles that we use within our communities, within our nation state, and across the globe. Next slide, please. So what we've done moving forward from that is to activate each one of those steps. I'm going to talk to you about two of them here. One of them is that working towards authority to activation. And just last month, we convened our initial group of an Indigenous Peoples Data Collective, which are delegates from 15 Indigenous peoples. I was going to say tribes, but we are being very inclusive of our island relatives and territories, as well as in Hawaii. And these delegates have come together to talk about critical things that we are doing in our communities. Most importantly, we are in relation to these people. So some of them are our own community delegates and others come from other communities. And we are talking about things like making laws, making policies within our own nations around Indigenous data governance, and also building infrastructure. Another way that we have connected with and received support from international colleagues and so forth. You will hear from one of these delegates in the third day, I think, when Mary Halbada will speak to you on the final panel. Next slide, please. One of the other things that we've done in this to work towards that worker bees and moving forward is we have a cohort each year. This is our last year, as we have not been given permission to use our pictures for this year yet because of what's going on. But we have 12 Indigenous scholars across Turtle Island who are working with the Indigenous Peoples Data Collective and also receiving mentorship within our U.S. Indigenous Data Sovereignty Network to conduct projects from creating model data sharing agreements, templates, to instituting Indigenous data governance within their own regenerative agriculture program. So you see a wide variety occurring. So this is the Mahimana or worker bee leader approach that we are taking. Next slide, please. I want to point out that since 2019 in our English Settler Society nation states, we have seen activity to embed Indigenous data sovereignty and governance in federal level policy. I call this the none table because the United States has done nothing at all. Next slide, please. So, important to acknowledge, we will also hear from Carmela Roybal, who will talk about how Indigenous peoples within the federal government and other governments have been trying to work to establish these principles and activities within these other governments. We had a real strong action taking place. For instance, within our National Institutes of Health, they had drafted an Indigenous data sovereignty policy, and then January 20th happened, and we shall see what happens. But that is there and will be moving forward. But what we have seen is strong actions within states and the government-to-government relationships that they have with tribes. So just last month, we saw the Tuleba tribe sign a historic tribal specific data sharing agreement that is framed as Indigenous data sovereignty. In the state that I am living in within now, at Arizona, we are working towards a tribally written state Indigenous data sovereignty policy. And then we've also seen before January 20th that the census entered into a data sharing agreement with the Osage Nation. And so we see action occurring within our own communities. We see action occurring within our relationships to states, and we saw action occurring within the federal government. That is not going to happen right now, but I believe strongly it will happen because all of us are there. Next slide. Just going to close with, we started with our summit last year, and we are announcing now for the first time that we will hold a summit again in Tucson or Tucson, Arizona, April 14th to 17th, 2026, including a masterclass, gathering for tribal leaders, gathering for students, and Indigenous-only sessions. So we look forward to, hopefully maybe somebody will want to come to the United States and convene with us. But for those of you within the United States, please join us, and we will move forward. Thank you.
Hello, good day. I'm very grateful and honored to be here. My name is Oscar Figueroa. I come from Mexico, from the lands of the old Acolhuas in the central part of the country. Just a quick context figure presentation. We're about 40-something million indigenous peoples in Latin America. Almost a quarter of that population is in Mexico. Indigenous population represent around 15% of the population in the country. Mexico is the country with the largest indigenous population in Latin America. From this population, around 60% live under poverty conditions and marginalized conditions, extreme poverty conditions. So this to sort of put in context the challenges indigenous populations are facing in what is called Latin America and the diversity of indigenous territories and lands over there. What have we been doing in Mexico regarding indigenous data sovereignty and the care principles? We've been struggling with the integration of formal network. Nevertheless, we've been doing some work. The idea, some of the concepts have been presented and have been taken into account in a couple of new bills, laws, general laws, biodiversity protection law, cultural heritage protection law, and also within the design of our National Indigenous Peoples Catalog, and the design also of the National Indigenous Languages University. This is for the 68 different indigenous peoples. We have, groups in the country with that same number of languages. The challenge remains, because even though these bills and these general laws have been present, and even a couple of reforms in our constitution, the first one recognizing the 68 languages. So now we officially have in Mexico 69 languages. This is the 68 indigenous and Spanish as our national languages, hence the creation of the university. And also the recognition or the broadening of the recognition of indigenous rights, also through constitutional reforms. This is as recent as last October or November. Nevertheless, there's still a lot to construct upon, secondary laws, regulations. So in the general idea, it's there, but the challenge still remains on how to make that reflect upon the everyday living in indigenous communities. And unfortunately, in terms of public policy and a lot of budget cuts, like the university was created and then half of the budget was taken in this last yearly budget allocation. So we're struggling with this and some other challenges in the country, such as the presence of organized crime now in indigenous territories. This is very unfortunate, but it's a reality in some of our southern states. So we are here to learn and to share, and Tlasoc Kamati. Thank you very much.
Baby, Yagito, Gobasan Lechtappe. Good day, and thank you for having me here. Munen Fimbenailante Susanna, Yagarnilis Mahte Ristena Susanna. I am by my great-grandparents, grandparents, and parents. Fimbenailante Susanna and Garnilis Mahte Susanna. And according to our traditions, we need to always ask for allowance to be present here and whenever we travel, wherever. So I'm gracious for being here and taking part. So, how are Sami people enacting IDSov and IDGov governance? So we are quite a new network. We came about in 2023. We were formally established then. So GIDA Sápmi is also a network working across 3 nations, Finland, Sweden, and Norway. And this network came about in a conference, or by a conference, which were supported by the GIDA network by having good collaboration and keynote speakers from the GIDA network across the globe. Stephanie Carroll, and Tahu Kukutai, Erin Korsten were all present in Tromsø and in solidarity with the Sami people to get this network up and coming. However, the conversation had been going on in Sápmi from 2018 and also previously. However, we haven't really engaged in the questions of indigenous data governance and sovereignty. So we are very thankful for being part of the GIDA network and calling us the GIDA Sápmi network, which gives us the leverage of claiming a larger control of our own data. Next slide, please. So, in our process towards enacting indigenous data sovereignty, we have already been in Sápmi discussing ethical guidelines. We have in the various nations in Norway, we have ethical guidelines for health. In Finland, they have separate ethical guidelines. And in Sweden, they don't have. However, within traditional reindeer herding, they have. So these principles are like overarching our strategies for how to enacting indigenous data sovereignty. And also now there are forthcoming Pan-Sami ethical guidelines. So we are very happy for the tools that the GIDA has provided for us, the GIDA Global Data Alliance, amongst other the CARE principles. These are very important for us, for our network. We endorse them and we advocate for them, implementing them into our data management systems within institutions, within data repositories. We advocate for that. And recently, our universities in Norway have started to implement this in their strategical documents, which gives us the leverage of claiming larger control of our own data. So these are important tools for us, and also an NGO, the Sami Council, which works across the 3 nations, have adopted the CARE principles. However, they have laid another layer on this, where they claim larger ownership of the data, because that's what we feel we need to advocate more for. So we are heading towards operationalization of the CARE principles for the Sami context, which we are looking for doing. However, we see that there will be a demanding process, and we will need to have a large engagement with our communities, conversations ongoing, and we are so happy to be able to work in solidarity, and that you all share solidarity with us in providing information, knowledge, and the tools that we need to enact indigenous data sovereignty. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all of our wonderful speakers. Thank you for sharing, reflecting, and inviting us all to peek into various contexts and jurisdictions, and setting a platform for the rest of this conference. So throughout the conference, we've got a range of panels, and to complement the panels, we have a series of discussants, and discussants are tasked with identifying the larger themes shared across the speakers and weave these themes together with the conference themes and also bringing it into contemporary context. So with that, I'd like to invite Dr. Maddie Day, who's joining us from Darug Country, from Macquarie University, to come up and share for a couple of minutes on some of the larger themes that came out from that panel. Thanks, Maddie.
Good morning, everyone. I'd also like to pay my respects to Ngunnawal and Ngambri for having us on country today. So Bayami began this session by saying that the challenge is no longer to define IDSov, but more how do we implement it through Indigenous data governance. Maggie provided an overview of milestones since the Toward an Agenda meeting, which took place here 10 years ago on Ngunnawal and Ngambri country at this same institution. Ray then emphasised the question of how IDGov is enacted at the community level, and he noted the importance of local data projects and community control of data ecosystems. Jacinta highlighted the generative nature, which I'm sure we could all relate to, and the momentum caused by many of our dismays with federal bodies like Statistics New Zealand, and Maggie mentioned tensions with the ABS. Jacinta and the Pacific Data Sovereignty Network highlight the importance of accounting for diasporic and diverse communities in IDSov and IDGov implementation. Kiri talked about protecting the integrity of stories, the importance of working connected to other peoples and networks. And she also spoke of the hunger for Indigenous data sovereignty, but the resistance from governments and institutions to relinquishing control of assets. She noted that non-Indigenous orgs simply cannot be leaders of Indigenous data sovereignty, and their role is actually to hand control to Indigenous communities. Roby highlighted the importance of community-based data monitoring and information management, especially in a geopolitical climate where Indigenous rights and Indigenous peoples are increasingly under threat. Jonathan asked us to think about the responsibility of being the latest people to continue the work of Indigenous data sovereignty and Indigenous data governance. Stephanie talked about what it means to build Indigenous data sovereignty infrastructure, including policies and laws in our own communities, and the importance of action occurring at the community and national level, or community and nation level rather, when progress is not possible at federal and institutional levels. Oscar talked about the importance of Indigenous data governance in language revitalisation and, again, in rights protection in an increasingly hostile environment. He also spoke to challenges that many of us feel in terms of institutional budget cuts. And finally, Susanna finished on the note of highlighting the importance of GITA and continuing global collaborations towards IDSov and IDGov implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Maddie. We are slightly over time, and respecting the next panel and acknowledging that we have just begun this conference, we will hold over questions and break for morning tea. But please join me once more in thanking our wonderful panel for kicking us off with real, genuine insights. Okay, so we'll have a break for morning tea, and we're back in this room at 11:30. Namaste.
Hello. Oh, okay, the mic is hot. Great. I hope you've all had a great tea break. We're going to get started here, just in the interest of time, to give our presenters, each of them, the 9 minutes that they've been allotted, and we really, really would like to have the time available to us to take questions from the floor. This is Kiri West and I are the chair and the discussant, and we're going to work very hard to make sure that there's time available for questions from the floor. So with that, we're going to begin our first panel or our first non-keynote panel of the event. very happy about that. The theme is Indigenous governance, regulations, policies, standards, and tools. And I'd like to call to the stage, if I could, Doris Young and Sage Broomfield, Cassandra Sedgman-Price, Stephanie Carroll, Scott Winch, Nadine Hunt, and Ross Andrews. Come join us on stage and we'll get started.
Where do we sit?
I think you guys are going to take a
Are we at the end?
How many are there?
We're first.
Doris, you and Sage, do you want to be right here, 1 and 2?
Okay.
Cassandra? If you could take the next seat there. Next seat, please.
Nothing between you.
Sit, and then you two can take the front.
I don't know if I'm going to have to sit. I didn't bring anything.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. So the aim of this panel is to hear from Indigenous peoples, I'm going to read from my notes here to keep it short, about enacting Indigenous data sovereignty through developing and implementing, and I think arguably maintaining, Indigenous data governance regulations, standards, policies, and other tools. The use of and engagement with these tools may act to inform others on how to advance Indigenous data sovereignty through data governance processes. So these are guidelines, requirements, frameworks, not necessarily technical systems. They are, to use a fancy word, maybe discursive. They are about protocol. They are about understanding and people. These are frameworks for caring for and protecting Indigenous data. And I'm very happy to be chairing this panel where I work at the First Nations Information Governance Center. We are stewards of, only the latest stewards of the First Nations Principles of OCAP. So any opportunity to listen to people putting Indigenous data sovereignty principles into concrete action through real-life examples is very important for us to learn from and contribute to. And here I think today we have some excellent examples of how these tools strengthen accountabilities and keep Indigenous people in relation with their data in their unique communities, and I think it's important to acknowledge at different scales. So with that, I'll lay out how the next hour and 10 minutes is going to play out. We have 5 groups presenting in this session. Each group has 9 minutes to speak. It's not a lot of time, so I'll ask you to self-monitor, and we'll help you with that too. We have timekeepers here, and we'll be, what's the phrase? Gentle with people and firm on ideas, and time is an idea we're looking at here today. So each group will introduce themselves, and we'd really like to have at least 15, hopefully 20 minutes before we conclude for questions from the audience. And there will be volleys from This is Creative out in the audience with handheld microphones. So when you'd like to ask a question when that time comes, please make yourself visible and we'll get a microphone to you. So with that, I'd like to introduce and welcome Doris Young and Sage Broomfield.
Tanse Nukamasqua Nasika-san. My name is Sage Broomfield. I am the Research Ethics Coordinator for the Health Information Research Governance Committee, which I'll be briefly introducing before handing it over to our chair and elder member, Doris Young. And you'll see the slides behind me there. So the Health Information Research Governance Committee was established in 1998 through an Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs resolution, which is our regional First Nations leadership. Since 2014, it has been housed within the First Nations Health and Social Secretariat of Manitoba, which is a regional health arm of the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs that works towards wellness for the 63 First Nations in Manitoba. HIRC has, per our mandate, has 2 guiding objectives: to act as a gatekeeper for existing First Nations data in provincial data sets, including education, health, justice data, as well as providing guidance and approval for research involving First Nations and their data. The HIRC is a regional ethics First Nations Regional Ethics Board, and so operates outside of and alongside of institutional ethics to provide this guidance and oversight. And HERC uses 4 principles to guide this work and to ensure respectful research relationships with First Nations in the region. So the first is free, prior, and informed consent at the individual and collective level. The First Nations principles of OCAP, which you've heard mentioned, which is the National First Nations Framework for Data Decision-Making. Benefits to First Nations, ensuring that research, health and social research is done with benefits to First Nations in mind. And finally, distinctions-based research. So this ensures that, as per our mandate from our leadership, that HERC does not support pan-Indigenous research unless we are alongside our Inuit and Métis counterparts. This also means that we only provide oversight over, or the committee only provides oversight over research that's at the regional level and does not speak for individual First Nations communities or leaders, but does ensure that the distinct cultural, linguistic, and histories of those First Nations are represented at all of the levels of research. This is a slide just showing our current members, and you'll notice Doris Young's name there, so I'll pass it over to her to continue our presentation.
Clock watch started. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank the elders who said the prayers for us this morning. It's always good to start meetings with ceremony. Thank you for that. My name is Doris Young, and Maskame Pinasis Contis Negason, a Meskutem. Ninas komana samenote tagusinag, egomina epe atsemuago magego na kawiyat toskatamag. So I'm a residential school survivor. I was in those schools for 13 years of my life. And so much happened about our identity and a loss of our culture in many aspects. We didn't lose it completely, but you know, a lot of our ceremonies and our data and about our sovereignty was misplaced and misled. So First Nations data sovereignty is our duty. It's ours. It's ours to bring back to our people. That is first. Dipenimisawin is a word, a Cree word in my language that means we own ourselves. And in order to own ourselves, we have to have all the tools that we need to be able to do that. And data is one of them. So data sovereignty and health is not only about sickness or where we're at today. Really, it's about identity, our culture, our language, our stories. That is what really we consider data sovereignty. We cannot talk about data sovereignty if somebody else is owning that data and telling us where we need to go or what programs we should be employing in our community. We can't talk about Dipenimisawin in that context. We have to own it ourselves. And that is the work that we do. All of us here, I think, are in that area of reclaiming data and sovereignty, Dipenimisawin, because we own ourselves. Nobody else owns us. Our elders have always told us that. So our journey has been about our lives, our First Nations direction, and we are First Nations in Canada. That's what we named ourselves after we were called so many. You know, we were Aboriginal, and then we were Indigenous, and then we were something else. We were always something else named by somebody else. but we are First Nations in Canada. So the collection and control of our data is our job. That's what we do. We collect our data, and it is important for us to collect it ourselves because we want to use it. We want to use it in a way that is going to benefit our community. Our young people really need this. We need to strengthen their identity, and that is our work to do that. Is it 2 minutes? Okay. As I said before, we can't really control anybody else, but we need to do that ourselves for our people. And I think, you know, when we think about who we are as a nation, that control of our data is so important. Now, we know we can't do it all by ourselves. We need allies to do that. And so any allies that are willing to be helpful to us, we welcome them. So that really is our story about continuing to build ourselves, to build our lives, to be healthy societies, to strengthen our young people's identities. Ninanaskoman. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doris. I'll ask Cassandra to come.
Good morning or afternoon, everybody. I'm Cassandra Cederin Price. I'm a proud Murrawari woman of the Gungari clan, and my family are the Barkers. It's really exciting to be here today and to present the work that my Ngāri Wangara have been leading as a collective. And in this work as well, we've also been working with Gita and Riley Tadafong, because some of the work here actually has some synergies to the care data maturity model, which we'll be talking about today as well. So hopefully I can drive this little button. So first of all, I just want to give a little bit of context around how the care principles and my Ngāri Wangara principles work. So the care principles are international and broad-ranging principles, and these are complementary to FAIR. And they've been based on the OCAP, which we heard about a little bit earlier this morning. And then at the regional level, we've got my Ngāri Wangara Indigenous Data Sovereignty Principles, and these were developed by and for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people at the summit that Maggie was speaking about before. And then we also have in, I guess, New Zealand and the OCAP, so within different countries and regions, they have different principles, and how those principles apply really are determined about the Indigenous people within those countries, so just to be a little bit mindful of that. And within Australia, we've got such a diverse range of cultures that our people and our mob need to be deciding how they see their data sovereignty within their nations and clan groups. Okay, so these are the 5 my Ngāri Wangara principles. So what I'll be doing today is just unpacking each one of the principles and just saying what they are or what it means and how we do it with sort of mechanisms to support Indigenous data governance. I was at a seminar recently and I heard another colleague, or not really a colleague, but somebody else saying that Indigenous data sovereignty can't be operationalised, but it can be. And with the work through Gita and the work that we've been doing with my Ngāri Wangara and also our other sister collectives around the world that we've been doing, we can actually operationalise this through really good Indigenous data governance structures. So all my slides are all over the place. I don't know what's happened when we put them up there. So not sure how this is going to go. Hopefully they can have a bit of a go and see. Otherwise it'll be a little bit boring listening to me talk to not much. Yay. I'll just go back one. Great. So this is the first slide, or one of the first principles. So Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people control of the data ecosystem. So this is what really we're talking about, is that shift in the power dynamics. So we want to shift the data back into the hands of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people so that we have control over the Indigenous data at each step across the data lifecycle. So how we go about doing this, first of all, is that you need to set up some sort of governance structure. Throughout this talk, what I've decided to call it is the Indigenous Data Governance Committee, but you can decide with your own mob of what you're going to call that. And this is all about those Indigenous decision-making responsibilities. Who is going to make those decisions, how they're going to make it, and what decisions about the principles or the application of the principles or the data management plans and structures that you create, who is making those decisions about those new processes and policies. Also, one of the first steps to having control over the data ecosystem is actually the identification of data. So that's one of the first steps, is starting with an Indigenous data audit of the organisation so that you can see where they sit. The next principle is about data that is contextualised and disaggregated. So we see a lot of deficit data out there at the moment. So this is what this principle sets to distill those sort of negative stereotypes and create more processes to ensure data is available at the right level that's required. So how we go about doing this, again, is those decision-making responsibilities around who decides. Indigenous people should be deciding on the aggregation of the data, but also about making data available and accessible. This isn't necessarily just about providing the raw data, but it's also about how you disseminate the data back to community. So who's making the decisions around that, and what format do we want to receive that information in? And we are traditionally storytellers, so that might be in form of a piece of artwork or something like that as well, to be able to tell our data stories. We also want to be supported by contextual statements, and in contextual statements and statements explaining those myths or facts that a lot of our non-Indigenous partners tend to put out there around, like the use of tobacco. So we want to be actually telling the story from our view and our viewpoint, and having those contextual statements with the data actually help embed our views. This one is about sustainable and self-determination. Sorry, just turn over. And this aims to empower Indigenous people to be able to set our own data agendas and to gather good data while addressing historical issues. So self-determination or sustainable self-determination can be processes by which communities or groups are empowered to control decision-making, and self-governance, communities or people having control of their lives and decisions from within. So throughout this process, what we really want to be looking at is how we're going to do it through methodologies and supporting structures, doing data needs assessments to see where the priorities lie within communities, because we have the right to build foundations to be able to achieve self-determination. Next one, I'm just flicking through because I'm conscious of time. Data structures that are accountable to Indigenous peoples and First Nations. So this aims to address current barriers and provide opportunities or enablers to implement accountable mechanisms to ensure that data structures are developed and used in ways that are respectful and that improves the lives of Indigenous people. And within this as well, we're also essentially talking about making organisations accountable to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. So how we go about doing this is, again, looking at like what data structures that you have in place, so having data management plans where you can define certain permissions around the use of that data. We're also looking at mechanisms that align with best practice for Indigenous data standards and Indigenous metadata. So there's been a lot of work done with GITA at the moment for the IEEE in Indigenous data governance and province, and the Indigenous metadata bundle as well, which also outlines what sorts of things that we're looking at for the metadata. Okay, data that is protective and respective of Indigenous individuals at individual and collective interests. So this is sort of aligns with the E in care as well. So this is where we ensure that data are ethical and representative of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander interests, needs which cause no harm to individuals and communities. And what we're looking for here is, again, decisions around the control. But we want to look at the standards of behaviour, cultural integrity. We want processes to minimise harm and redress the power imbalances. We want to be acknowledged for our work, what we contribute, through authorship, attribution and acknowledgement, and also FPIC. This also stems into Indigenous cultural and intellectual property and the clauses that we can be adding into contracts to protect and assert our rights over data, but also around our Indigenous intellectual and cultural property. And we also want to be starting to build our Indigenous capability through the data processes or data life cycle within this as well. So I guess Ray also touched on this morning that we've got the nice little resource there, the Taking Control of Our Data, and that book has some activities in there that you can really start unpacking each one of the principles through. And then there's a couple other books by Maggie and Tahu, which are easily downloadable as well. So you can also download those too. So thank you. Very quick overview.
Thanks, Cassandra.
I'm also going to present Stephanie's.
Oh, you, okay.
I'm going to do the next one as well because Steph had a really rough journey here yesterday, which took over 30 hours, and she's happy to do the questions, so load her up with the questions. But if we could have the next PowerPoint, please, that'd be great. Is she? Yeah. It's not clicking. Coming. Oh. Go back one. Okay, so this is the care data maturity model work that we've been involved in. This has been led by Riley Tadafong, who unfortunately can't be here today, and the small project group. We've also got Maui Hudson, so if you've got any questions, you can always seek out Maui over there, and then also Andrew Martez as well. And we've also got a larger working group where we've been going through lots of different vetting processes for the care data maturity model, but I'll talk about that a little bit later on. So first of all, I just want to really point out that Indigenous data governance is the responsibility of all organisations that are holding Indigenous data. Most of our data actually sits within all these organisations, so anybody working with Indigenous data has the responsibility to uphold Indigenous people's rights and interests to their data. And the data governance that holds these rights and interests must be grounded in specific protocols and principles of Indigenous peoples. So why are we creating a care data maturity model? This is because there is very high demand to... what happened? There's very high demand by a lot of non-Indigenous organisations and entities, particularly repositories as well as funding bodies, to work out how to implement the care principles. So that's why we've started working on this data maturity model. It's been in the works for about 2 years now, and we've been focusing on generating indicators so that we can measure and assess how the care principles are being adapted across organisations. And also this approach that we've taken is really related to the FAIR maturity model, so they're quite complementary to each other. Okay, so here's a quick definition there as well about the indicators, but the indicators are statements that direct the data actors towards concrete guidance for Indigenous data governance and how they operationalise the higher, more abstract care principles. And the aim is to formulate measurable aspects of each of the principles that can be used in evaluation of processes. So here we've got A or A.1, which is one of the sub-principles, and then we have the indicator. So you can see that what I touched on before with the Maori Wangara Indigenous data principles as well, like data sharing agreements, and how to make that explicitly recognise Indigenous data sovereignty. So you can start to see some of the similarities for operationalising as well. So here is some of a bit of an overview of our draft indicators, but we've roughly got around 3 dozen indicators, all over the C, A, R and E. And as I was saying before, we're going through numerous rounds of vetting, and we're doing this at an international and domestic multi-pronged approach, really. So we're working with our Indigenous sister organisations and a lot of our international Indigenous organisations and our Indigenous scholars. We've got the small project team, we've got a larger working group where we're going through that vetting process, but we're also doing a lot of webinars and specific, holding specific engagements with different funding bodies, publishers and researchers around their input into how these look like for the different sectors. So when you look at this, it's not so scary. You could probably see that there's some of these things that you're probably already doing as individuals or as organisations, such as if we look along C, conducting a data needs assessment, so, you know, identifying the priorities within the community. If we look over to the authority to control, a lot of the IDSov Code of Ethic is based on Indigenous people's right to FPIC, and then we go on and on through there as well. Looking at, you know, building relationships with Indigenous people, and then ethics, supporting Indigenous ethical frameworks, and again, touching on that shared copyright and also making sure that our communities and people that we're working with are being paid and remunerated properly for our time. Okay, so here's one of the indicators, and this one is recognising Indigenous people's right to free, prior and informed consent. So as you can see, like, we've been really working with a lot of different people. So this links back to A1, recognising rights and interests. So we look at individuals, how individual researchers would start applying this, and then we've actually through the vetting process, we initially had institutes together as one, but we've realised that there's they can be applied quite differently depending if you're working on not-for-profit or for-profit. So we've started separating this out a little bit more. Then we've got one for funding or funding bodies, and also repositories. And there's been a recent paper as well by Riley and co around what the care principles look like in repositories, which is a really great paper to have a bit of a look at as well. If you want to know more information about the care data maturity model, you can always scan that QR code and it'll take you to the Collaboratory for Indigenous Data Governance, and there's some more videos around there, and you can see Riley present herself, not only on the care data maturity model, but on care itself and also the application of the principles. Okay, so here's a quick example in the European Reference Genome Atlas. So they've started looking at care and how they've been embedding this, and it starts here, as you can see, through ethical permits, and then it goes down through as well with the IDGoc protocols. So I think having those embedded as well, that's really exciting to see. Here in Australia, we're a signature to it, but we're not necessarily embedding it into the work that we're doing. So it's a really great example to see how other people around the globe are actually embedding the IDGoc protocols, and they ask for proof of compliance to those protocols as well, and then they've established some really strong operating procedures that deal with how to record and sample metadata as well. Through this process as well, they've also attached the local context labels. So again, see Maui for some conversations around how this has been working. And in here, there's an actual data field there to add in the TK or BC label notice. Here's another one example from the University of Arizona with what happens within the repositories and how it's got here, how there must be processes in there for the right, approved and appropriate consent. We don't have it in the slide pack, but also at CSIRO at the moment, we're embedding the care principles through the national collections. We've got quite a number of our reference group members here today that you can also have a conversation with them about how the care principles are being established. And we've got Rose, and who else can I see in the audience? put your hands up if you're on that reference group so you can go and actually get practical conversations about how care are being implemented in the national science collection. Fantastic. And I just want to say a big thank you to all our partners and also point out the main eDNA project work that's happening there as well. That's really exciting, and how they're using the TKBC labels there as well. But thanks to all of the partners in this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Cassandra and Stephanie. And I'd like to welcome Scott Winch up to the podium.
Yama Yamanda Marang Mujie, Yonari, Scott Winch, Reggie Gibe, Yeningo Yanamari, Nangwon, Nembri Nyomong, Nengo Yanamari, Nanawo Nembri Mudiagang, Daniro, Menengo, Bamali Matilda House, Guambana, Nyomong. So, yep. Hello all, hope you're all well. My name's Scott Winch. I'm a proud Reggie man. And just acknowledging and paying respects that we're on Ngunnawal and Ngambri country, and also acknowledging their elders, and thanks to Auntie Matilda House for the welcome to country this morning. So today, I'm Scott Winch. I'm the head of Aboriginal Health at the Sachs Institute. Prior to that, I was the Director of Aboriginal Data Sovereignty for New South Wales Capo. Just acknowledge the ongoing leadership of Sheree and Dana in that space. And in my current role, I've been doing a fair bit of work with governments around how they can sort of start to embed Indigenous data sovereignty into their data frameworks. And I've just got an example here of some work we did with Cancer Australia. Where am I pressing? Okay, yeah, so the background is basically where the Cancer Australia, under the Australian Cancer Plan, developed the National Cancer Data Framework, and within the National Australian Cancer Plan, one of the priorities was around embedding Indigenous data sovereignty into the framework. And importantly, they were very supportive of this being an Indigenous-led and co-designed process. There we go. Okay, so I'm just going to kind of talk through the approach. It's just kind of a practical example of how this can be done. There's obviously embedding Indigenous data sovereignty in data frameworks. Slight misnomer, you know, Indigenous data sovereignty happens in communities. And yeah, I also acknowledge ROM's leadership in that space. It's part of the sort of the common vernacular within governments around Indigenous data sovereignty. It wasn't so present in the past, so it's good. It's getting that space. So the approach that we took, we developed a discussion paper based on the literature, based on policy alignment. So what else is going on in the same place? Such as the Mainaru Wingara, the NACCHO National Cancer Plan, and a range of other policy priority areas which needed to be aligned. We undertook 2 roundtables. So the first is around sort of forming concepts and ideas of how they related to the cancer plan, and the second was around validation of what we developed, and it was primarily a qualitative approach that we took. Our alignment, we align within the National Cancer Data Priority areas, which I'll get into in a moment, provide a summary report, and after the draft framework, this went out for public consultation with a number of submissions which we integrated. So the 2 round tables, it was kind of a semi-structured yarn, and the second, as I said, was about a validation. The participants were First Nations leaders in this space, as well as representatives from NACCHO, and then importantly, there's also out-of-sessions interviews with those who couldn't make it, and also we had an explicit session with NACCHO to ensure that we were strongly guided by the peak Aboriginal body. Okay, so basically the findings, and it's no surprise really, like I guess there's a lot of information out there, there's a lot of, and as has been highlighted in there's a lot of frameworks. Indigenous data sovereignty has been around for a while, it's kind of well understood, some of these frameworks, it's about how do we operationalise it. So, you know, firstly we need to make sure that we honour Indigenous data sovereignty principles that we have here in Australia, the Wingara principles, and I guess it was timely and acknowledged Jacob's work around the framework for the governance of Indigenous data. That had just been released, so it was important that we sort of aligned that, and it's a great framework for really guiding how governments and, you know, data custodians can really mobilise and support Indigenous data sovereignty. There was a sort of a inherent need, and as kind of was discussed around data groups before, that there needs to be First Nations involvement across the data lifecycle, and that can be through governance groups. Some exist through different jurisdictions, but there wasn't consistent across the landscape. Ethics is obviously important, particularly around the mobilisation of data for research and data linkage, which is, you know, that's kind of where things are heading. And so, you know, data is moving at such a rapid pace with the, you know, AI, and, you know, that's a whole other subject, but it's important that we keep our eyes on that as well. But we need to make sure that we've got strong ethical oversight about how this is really taking place moving forward. It's important to communicate data sets. So when we do the data audits, it's no good to sit idly. We need to make sure communities are aware of what's out there, and also the need for capacity building within communities. And there's a role for all jurisdictions, but there is a lot of work that's going on in different spaces around capacity building. So this is a bit busy. I won't really get into it too much, but basically the three objectives was around sustainable fit for purpose data systems. So how do we fit into that? So it's about sort of making sure that the national framework for the governance of Indigenous data was applied to that particular area. The second was around user-centred, integrated and accessible data. That was kind of about how data is used for research, so we make sure that NHMRC ethical guidelines for research with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people is applied in these spaces. And the third was around the use of data for enhanced cancer outcomes and effective service delivery. That evolved into an objective of called mature data frameworks. But essentially that's the space where Indigenous data sovereignty occurs. So it's the interface. How do we get the house in order, basically, for the data custodians, ready for communities to take on this data? And so this is the final kind of outcome. And I will say that Cancer Australia were extremely supportive of the approach, and they essentially took on board all recommendations, and they prioritised the Indigenous components of the framework at the top. So we were priority 1.1 within the mature data system, and that's about the communications, about getting data back out into communities, because data sovereignty happens in communities, so it's not the responsibility of governments to do that. The second part was around a sustainable fit for purpose data ecosystem, and there were short and long-term priorities around that. Some's around data capabilities across the whole data life cycle. But importantly as well, there's about organisational change. And so some of the levers around this, you know, I guess this is a sort of Australian story, but we've got priority reform areas within Closing the Gap. Priority reform 4 is about data sharing, getting data back out to communities. But there's also other priority reforms, and 3 is about transforming governments. So governments really need to kind of also have a mind shift about who owns the data and how data is shared as well. And then the last one is around user-centered, integrated and accessible data. So this is kind of the research space and around data linkage, and as well as research is overseen appropriately by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander practices, and this is where we can apply the care and fair principles, and importantly develop communication strategies as well. So it's an important space, it's a fast-moving space. I think with the data linkage area and AI capabilities, we need to be really mindful of that. Particularly, I was probably call out things like the natural language programming sort of space where there's a risk around westernisation and a potentially new form of colonisation of our knowledges if we don't have sort of ownership and direction around those processes as well. And obviously the automated decision making where we're potentially reinforcing institutional racism. So I'll leave it there. That's the National Cancer Data Framework. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Scott. I'd like to welcome Nadine Hunt and Ross Andrews to the microphone.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to acknowledge Auntie Matilda House and Brother Paul for his warm welcome to country this morning. It was a bit cold for me coming from far north Queensland, but certainly it was a really great opportunity to him to welcome us to his country here in Canberra. I want to acknowledge, before I forget later on, the National University in terms of this local community partnership that we're having with Ray and Nadine and the team, but also Queensland, Central Queensland University in terms of their sponsorship for me to get down here. My name is Ross Andrews. I'm a Yalanji Jungan man from far north Queensland. I live and work on Kunganji land in Yarrabah, and I certainly feel very honoured to be here today. I also work for Jabu Mugai, and I heard a previous speaker talk before about from the ground up. Jabu Mugai in the local Kunganji dialect is from the ground up. So we work really close at the ground level, but also strategically across various different sectors. I don't know how to, do I press that? Okay, I just wanted to briefly touch on the work that we do in Yarrabah. Yarrabah is a First Nations discrete community in far north Queensland. There's about 18 in Cape York Peninsula, as well as Gulf Carpentaria, and the Torres Straits have their islands up there as well. And this is the work that we do. We call ourselves Jabu Mugai, as I mentioned, but also it's one mob, one fire, one journey. So we all have a life well lived, but that's our aspirations of one mob, one fire, one journey. So we're one big fire as well. So these pillars are universal amongst many nations and many communities. And I'm pretty sure that everybody aspires towards all those pillars around safety, employability, smart, sustainable, healthy, and culture, which is very important for us. At the bottom level is the sustainability, about sustainability linking into those pillars. Oh, sorry about that. Might be that one. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I'll just hand this over to Nadine and she'll go through the work that we've been doing in Yarrabah, and this work is very important at a local level. Having that partnership with the university sector is really important as well in terms of really drilling down and using data as a means of solving our problems at the local community level. So just hand it over to Nadine. Thank you.
Thank you, Ross. I'm Nadine Hunt. I am a Logan Country woman from some of the warmer parts of this country, which is why I'm freezing. So I live and work and study up in Gimoy Wallabarri Indinji country up in Cairns. I'm a community research coordinator for the MyCauai study, but also currently a Master of Applied Epidemiology student, which is very much motivated and inspired by the work that I've done out at Yarrabah, alongside Yarrabah, with the Yarrabah Counts project, but also through encouragement by Ray, of course. So continuing on from what Ross was speaking about with the YLF is this community-owned and led data project, so creating sovereign data. So we'll go through the process. So this is like the 5 key elements of the Yarrabah Counts project. So at the forefront is that community governance, which is Jabu Mugai. And then we lead into the community-led and focused priority identifications, which is the 7-pillar strategy. And then onto designing the project and planning the tools. So for this project, we had the Yarrabah Counts project plan, the data collection team, operations, communication, and the sampling frame. And then 4th is designing and implementing a data collection management, analysis and reporting system. So we used or developed a Yarrabah Counts household census alongside the MyCauai study of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander wellbeing, which was utilised through an online platform through RedCap, but we used a paper survey, which was then uploaded. And then at the end of it, I guess, enacting these partnerships, so with the YLF and also Yudura Wenlani through the MyCauai survey at ANU. Got to press this green button pretty hard. Next slide, please. So the data management project cycle, so kind of starting from the yellow, green to the orange, kind of almost like a traffic light system, but not quite. So starting with the planning phases, so looking at the data project concept and the initiation. So having that governance group at the forefront, defining and endorsing the vision of the project, and of course identifying potential obstacles. Data planning, project planning, defining the data project goals, develop a detailed plan for executing, monitoring and controlling the data project. Then also defining data project milestones and deliverables. So when we go to the doing phase, so the green phase, the data project execution, so action on the data plan in that planning stage, assigning tasks to team members, how we're going to monitor and complete and progress. And then data project monitoring and controlling. The data team conducts periodic reviews and updates on the plan. When we did this project, it was kind of through COVID and lots of other impacts that played a role. And then finally, the review phase. Just skim through to the next slide, please. So these are the measures. So working alongside the YLF is aligning, we developed from the group process and then mapped these measures to their pillars. So with the MyCauai study survey and also the Yarrabah Counts household census, how we were going to measure each of those community priorities. And so they're all listed in that table. Next slide, please. Data collection, so more importantly, how we were going to collect this data on ground. So by the foot falcon, as we would say up in North, but very much walking house to house and employing local community researchers. It was a very young team at the forefront of this project who were trained and developed, and that was a two-way training. The community researchers taught us just as much as we taught them. It was a household level recruitment with a corridor sample, and that was with the household census with household module questions. And the local YLF office, which is in the heart of the community with a cafe and stuff, became the data coordination hub for planning, coordination and collection of the data, as well as data entry and monitoring. Next slide, please. The Yarrabah counts methods, so a complete Yarrabah population count, 6 pillar indicators at a whole of Yarrabah population level, indicator reporting, so we had primary indicators, so indicators that were most important to the community, and also secondary indicators, important but not as important. Next slide, please. So we used a housing unit method to calculate the population. So in the point of time when we did the survey collection and when the most recent ABS census population count was done, it worked out about 300 more than the ABS census, which, as everyone would be aware, has implications into funding and resources that should be going into the community. Next slide, please. And just an example, results of the household problems that was done with the created household module tool. So this is the first time on a baseline community level data was collected on household problems in a community. So looking at, blocked pipes, water leaks, electricity, security problems, rodent problems, mold problems. Next slide, please. We'll finish with challenges, which are also learnings. Hey, the biggest thing, I guess, for this project is socialising that data and priorities in the community. It's super important when leading and driving these type of projects is ensuring your community is ready and ensuring they're coming along that journey with you. We had a lack of awareness from a university perspective around community level staff and cultural commitments. Also being able to break down barriers and bad reputations of researchers in the community has created mistrust, retention of staff, ensuring the governance of the project is by community, and a lot of competing projects and priorities for community organisations and leaders, which kind of confuses the community as well. Oh, that's my last slide, but thank you.
Thank you, Nadine and Ross, and thank you to all our presenters. That was really rich, and I am very appreciative that you were so attentive to the time, too. You've shared a lot, and we have time for questions as well. So a little bit of maneuvering here. We're going to have volunteers go out into the house to share microphones. So just put your hand up and kind of prepare a question, and we'll bring a microphone to you. For our colleagues on stage, you'll see maybe between every second seat, there's a microphone on the floor. You don't need to turn it on. Our people, the creative folks upstairs will do that for you. So we're going to give ourselves a few minutes for questions, which is great. But before we do that, I'd like to invite Kiri West to share a few thoughts on what we've heard.
Kia ora anō. Hello again, everyone. So, firstly, just acknowledging the kind of rich kōrero, rich discussion that kind of came through in these presentations and giving us something to kind of sink our teeth into when we're thinking about operationalising data sovereignty. And in the interest of leaving as much time as possible for questions, I'll keep my comments brief. But a couple of things that kind of really jumped out to me from across the different presentations was the importance of ensuring that the specific voices of Indigenous nations are present, heard, and given effect in the operationalisation of broader principles. So to borrow that languaging of, being from the ground up, making sure that it's meaningful in context, right? For the specific nation that we're working with. And while specificity and nuance is critical for giving effect to Indigenous data sovereignty and data governance, there are some kind of key things that do come out. So reclaiming data sovereignty for our own benefit so that we may know ourselves. And that's about rights to control, access, and decision-making, not only in terms of what happens to data once collected, but also how that data is collected in the first place. And that these kinds of, these are not just couched in our rights as Indigenous peoples, but are in fact part of our responsibility and our duty, not only for our sake, but for the sake of generations to come. But that responsibility is not our burden alone. We shouldn't be expected to fix problems we didn't create on our own, and any organisation who holds Indigenous data has a responsibility to care for that data in alignment with the relevant Indigenous aspirations. So I guess those are my summarising comments and thoughts, and we welcome questions now from the floor, if there are.
Here you go.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you for the presentations. I'm Roby Halip again from the Philippines. It's interesting that the conversation looked at Indigenous governance as the core of our work in advancing Indigenous data sovereignty, and that's where we're grappling at also at the moment, because there's so many priorities of our traditional Indigenous political systems on the ground. It's not just about data, but more broadly, how do we defend our land and territories? So there's also the challenge of state governance that's getting into our Indigenous political system. So I wonder if there's that challenge also that's experienced by any of the speakers, and how were you able to deal with that? And the second one is on intergenerational learning, also building the leadership of the young people as part of our work in Indigenous data sovereignty. So I'd like to also know more if there's that component also within your work on intergenerational learning and building second-line leadership.
So I guess there was two questions there, and any of you are welcome to answer them.
Hello. Yeah, I guess for me, I think there's sort of two sides of the ledger. There's obviously the governance of Indigenous data, and then there's Indigenous data sovereignty, and so both have to operate in tandem, because our mob, we think in an ecological sort of sense, and so country is all-encompassing. We can't do Indigenous data sovereignty on its own, and we can't do governance of Indigenous data on its own. So what's needed in community is driven by community. Government also needs to get their house in order, and I think what works is identifying the champions within government, and those who kind of mobilise change within government. And it's also about the socialisation, I guess, of concepts within government, and so making that very familiar and approachable. So data sovereignty was not included in the narrative. It is now in Australia. That's some of the sort of the cultural shifts that need to happen within government.
I'll take the second question. Hello. All right, awesome. I'll give you my personal story about the intergenerational learning, which is that in our community in 1898, there was a law that forbade us from fishing in the ways that we fished. And we fought for years to be able to fish in the ways that were culturally imbued. So in our relationships to the fish and to the land and to the waters, and we were restricted from that. My grandfather, a white man who went AWOL from the army, came from the northern parts of Alaska and brought a new way, a fish wheel, of being able to fish that was authorized by the government at that point in time. The stories that have been recorded about the restrictions on fishing, our relationship to fish, and our cultural health, and so we heard speakers really talk about these fibers of how, you actually said, how health is really about our vibrancy as culture, our language, our people. And so we are starting a project now that is re-recording our stories of our elders before we lose those stories of how we fish and how we live and how we actually become healthy again as a community and move forward with that. And part of that for us is also reclaiming our clan systems, which our next generation don't know really well. And so being able to relate the clans to the fish, to the land, and our sustainability in the face of climate change and all of that is really, really important. And so I can see it in the face of the youth who are thinking about how we store data, so how we store those stories, how we don't give them to anybody else, and how we tell them in our own way. I can see them in the stories of the youth who've been, even my own children who've been lost and have found that comfort in being able to be claimed and be in their place.
Yes, I'd like to just talk a little bit about the community and the needs that come from there and how our leadership has heard what it is that we need. And so our direction in our work comes from both the people and our First Nations leadership. That's really important. And, you know, our cultural identity is so tied to what we're doing in order for us to be healthy. It's really not about numbers and statistics. It's about who we are as a people and where we want to go and how we want to get there. Because all the numbers don't matter if we're not healthy. And if our young people are continuing to be not who they really are in their identity, then our work is really not going to benefit them. That is the work that we really are involved with when I talk about Dipenimisuin and what our elders have taught us, that in order to own ourselves and our destinies, we need to be doing the work for the people, not for universities, not for universal things, but at that ground level where our people look towards having healthy, good lives again.
Thank you. I think it looks like we have time for one last question, and we've got our question here. There will be sessions in the afternoon, and you get a chance to speak to people later.
It's on? Yeah, cool. Yeah, Kaya Nunakor, Nyankoro Mike Hill, I come to you today from the Noongar Nation. I'm really glad to be here, and thanks for the stories today, and I look forward to hearing a lot more going forward. I'm here in multiple capacities, but most of all, as a member of my community, the Wurundjeri Nation, or Wurundjeri people down in the southwest of Western Australia in the Margaret River region, where I'm a member of the Aboriginal corporation there that oversees our stuff there. The question I have is, it's primarily from the Australian context because that's the one I know, but I open up to anyone here. Ross and Nadine, you showed really great leadership, on the ground leadership, doing your work, as did the stories I heard today from the others. The thing that I noticed, I've worked in IT for about 25 years now, and IT strategy and digital strategy in the non-Indigenous sense. Government and these organisations that hold our data, they all own their own digital strategies, which they've enacted through sets of policies, which they then go and impose externally, usually to our detriment, but you know, they still do so. And we find ourselves having to adhere those policies. The missing half typically is that the hundreds of representative organisations that represent our peoples typically do not have digital strategy enacted. It's not conversations that's been had. Now, I guess my argument, and the question is, do you have examples of this, is that as we look to our next generation become our leaders, as we train them up, as we engage with them and sort of show them the values that we have as they go and take on that mandate from community to keep our language, culture and knowledge and pass it on themselves to their next generation. Those fiduciary duties that they have as they quit their responsibilities on these boards that they would join, I guess the argument is that the digital assets, these data assets, form part of those duties. Now, are there examples that you know of where potentially the training that current, future directors or managers that do, does that have digital training in there? Like, they don't have to go out and hire chief digital officers in the mobs and stuff like that, but the organisations we deal with, the non-Indigenous ones, do have them, you know, and we're behind the 8 ball until we can engage with them at that level. So are there examples where you've seen that, or where you've been able to sort of disperse this knowledge that you've built up, potentially in more formal settings through sort of director training or leadership training?
I also wear a different hat, and I actually work at the CSIRO, which is Australia's National Science Agency. So we do have a few programs in there, and also I've just got to say that our Indigenous Data Sovereignty initiatives are led through Louisa Warren and our RAP initiative. And within our new strategy, or that's what we use at the moment as our tool for our strategy. It's not the best tool, but that's what we use. But we do have some initiatives and programs that we have through the Indigenous Science Engagement Program to support mob within the digital context. We also have some researchers that are working independently, such as Kathy Robinson, who set up an Indigenous Rangers group, which is actually teaching on-the-ground rangers in the NT how to use GIS software, also drones and those sorts of things. Again, within the within our RAP, we've also got what we call information, IM&T technology, something or other, and through that there's also avenues there which we're looking at building in Indigenous growth within the workforce. So we have in our organisation, but that's only under the leadership, and since we've had a new team under the leadership of Chris Burke and Louisa Warren, that we've been able to achieve these things within the National Science Agency. And I think it takes small amounts of works and different seeds to plant. And we also use the what Jacob and Maggie Maggie referred to this morning, that Jacob's been involved in, of the APS, the Australian Public Service Governance of Indigenous Framework. So we always use that as a leverager as well to try and get some of these initiatives inside. But it's really, I guess, for Australian governance, that's the mechanism that we have at the moment. And then it's up to individuals within different organisations. And I think I used to work at Cancer Australia as well. And some of the work that Ray and I did in the beginning there, I think has sowed the seed for the beautiful work that's continued from there. So organisations are trying, but you know, we've got that governance of Indigenous data framework that's been started, which actually talks to that as well.
I think it's a good call out though, brother, because there isn't any really formalised vet training existing, and I think that's really essential. So we've got a standardised approach, and we are really supporting. There are existing governance structures, as you know, through AMSs and so forth. They need to be supported, but there's no actual formalised approach at the moment.
Yeah, just to drill into that, I mean, the CATSI Act, which a lot of us, our brothers and sisters here in Australia know about, is the Corporations Act that governs the way we need to run these. An interpretation of that would be the governance of digital assets in amongst all the rest of the other assets as well.
I think we're going to break for lunch now, but I encourage people to talk with one another over the break. And there are breakout sessions in the afternoon that are pretty loose in form. Our MC is going to tell us about them. But before we break, I want to just thank again our panelists and yourselves as well. Great questions. I'll turn you over to our MC, and I'll ask our panelists to just join me at the side of the stage. Thank you.
Hey folks, just before we break for lunch, just a quick announcement. So it's 12:47. We are back in here at 1:40, so please, if you make your way back in about 1:35, so we're ready to go at 1:40, that'd be much appreciated. And I'd ask all the speakers in the next session to please make yourself known to the staff here at the side of the stage about 30 minutes before the next session to make sure that slides and speaker orders are in order. Finally, we have the wonderful Robbie up in the gallery. So if you go up the stairs, turn right, over in the gallery, doing some weaving. And I'd encourage everyone to drop in and say hello, or Yumalandi, or Yama, or Kia ora, or Hola, or Kumushta, whatever greeting you prefer. But Robbie would love to see you all, and I'm sure it'd be a great thing to go up and participate in. Thank you. Enjoy lunch.
Are we waiting, Amelia, are we waiting for one more? Oh, that's okay. Gulangul Jali, everyone. My name is Rose Barracliff. I'm Butcher of the Wannamata clan. Our country is on the east coast of Australia. Some of you may have heard of Fraser Island. Very popular spot for people visiting Australia. We call it Gari, but that's my traditional country. I am facilitating the session today with my colleague Bobby Ma over here. Bobby and I are executive members of Mayamnari Wingara Indigenous Data Sovereignty Collective here in Australia. So the aim of this session is to highlight how Indigenous people are keeping their data sovereign. As you will see in this session, this can be in the form of frameworks and guides in the case of the Treaty Authority in Victoria, Australia, and languages data nationally across Australia. And it can involve internal processes and systems, but also includes digital infrastructures across tribal nations and within research organisations created by Indigenous peoples. We have 5 groups, we've got 5 groups presenting in this session. Each group has 9 minutes to speak, and each group will introduce themselves, and at the end there'll be 20 minutes for Q&A. So please hold your Q&A to the end, and I'd like to invite Dr. Jacob Pren up to the speaker.
Thank you, Rose. I am also a member of Mayamnari Wingara, and in case you couldn't tell, I'm the tallest member of Mayamnari Wingara, but my job is the Director of Research, Evaluation and Data Governance at the Treaty Authority in Victoria. So just for some context for our international colleagues, there has never been a treaty signed in Australia. So the country's on shaky ground, you could say. And you can see, taking stock of where states and territories are at in relation to treaty, that sadly there's been some treaty processes that have been dismantled this year. There's others that have started, stopped, and never restarted. But the one I'm going to focus on is Victoria and its treaty process. There we go. So essentially there's 8 phases, and before any of the infrastructure got set up, there's been a really long history of activism within Victoria. So would like to acknowledge any Victorian First Nations people or Victorian traditional owners. For me, it's a real privilege to work or serve the community in Victoria. I didn't introduce myself properly because I was so nervous, but my Aboriginal family are Warramai people and Ridgeways, so if any Ridgeways owe you money, I'm sorry about that. But I grew up in Tasmania on Palawa country. So there's a whole heap of infrastructure that came before we even get to negotiating treaty. So First Peoples Assembly, the Truth-Telling Commission at Yuruk, and then legislation. You then have a framework, and there's a whole heap of nation building that needs to go on for traditional owner groups or whatever delegation they decide to form to meet the minimum standards to enter onto the negotiation database. You then negotiate treaty, you finalise it, sign it off. It may need to be ratified, so it's got to be voted upon by that community, and then you implement. Hopefully you don't have to enforce because the state does what it said it would do, but we know that that isn't often the case. So that's just to give an overview of the treaty phases in Victoria. And other treaty processes they look similar, they might look a little bit different though. So the framework to be able to negotiate that I talked about in the previous slide, it's created from an act of the Victorian Parliament, the Treaty Authority and Other Elements Act, and fortunately within it, Indigenous data sovereignty is mentioned 7 times, which is great. So specifically it relates to the treaty negotiations database. So when traditional owner groups are entering their information to meet those minimum standards to be able to undertake treaty negotiation, it's on that database. So data sovereignty applies to that. It applies to subject matter for negotiations, and it also applies to dispute resolution processes. As you can imagine, there's disputes that come up along the way, such as that's my country, no it's not, it's mine, those sorts of things. So in regards to us implementing Indigenous data sovereignty and Indigenous data governance, we are less than a year old. So we're very much at that infancy stage and would be really interested to talk to any colleagues internationally, and particularly those from British Columbia or other parts of Canada where they've got modern treaties, to talk about data. Treaty negotiations began in November 2024, so it's only 4 or 5 months ago. And that's only one sort of treaty, so that's the statewide treaty between the First Peoples Assembly and the state. And so the Treaty Authority, if you look at that diagram, we are in the middle. So our role is to oversee treaty negotiations, to facilitate treaty negotiations, and to address disputes as they arise. So at the moment, all data that comes into our system, so us being there in the middle, it gets labelled. So depending on the type of data that it is, if it's traditional owner data, they decide how they want their sovereignty exerted over that. But there's some really interesting upcoming considerations. So we know that states hoard heaps of data, and that goes back in Australia for a couple hundred years. So if it comes to negotiations and there's particular data that the state holds that would be beneficial for a traditional owner group in the negotiations for treaty, will the state hand that over? Not sure, we'll have to wait and see. Data that is handed over or it's shared upon a treaty being finalised, so a traditional owner group wants to put data sovereignty into their treaty, what then happens to that data? That's still to be worked out. And then you've got the implementation of a treaty agreement and the enforcement if the state doesn't follow through with what it said it would do by X date. And so, again, around data sovereignty, there's some questions around what might happen there if the state doesn't uphold its agreement that it said it would. And then there's lots of data nerds in this room, so I've got one final point to make, and then I'll finish up. I can only find one data set in Australia that mentions Indigenous treaties, which is amazing that there's only one data set. So if anyone else can find a data set that talks about treaties in an Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander context, I would love to know about it. But that in itself, I think, is very telling that if you don't collect any information about something, then you don't know anything about it, which can be convenient. But yeah, if anyone that's collecting data, perhaps think about how you could integrate things like questions around treaty into your data set. So thank you.
Thanks, Jacob. Next, we've got up Alexandra Hoi Hoi and Galway Moran.
Hi everyone, my name's Alex, and I'll just apologise, I'm a little nervous, so if I'm reading my notes, that's why. I just want to start by introducing myself. I'm a very proud Marion woman from the Eastern Islands of the Torres Strait. I work at First Languages Australia, and I'm here today with my sister Gorn Young to talk about our collection strategy. Make sure this thing works. So a bit about FLA. We're the peak body for first languages in Australia. First languages being Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander languages. The collection strategy, it has many moving parts, and I hope to give you an overview of the challenges of collections management and of how the fair and care principles and the principles of Indigenous data sovereignty provide helpful frameworks when considering this work. For this strategy, particularly, we're taking two major lenses, collections that are held within GLAM institutions and collections that are community controlled. I'll start by talking about the collections held within GLAM institutions. This is GLAM institutions, being galleries, libraries, archives and museums. This is a more visually appealing mind map of the types of barriers that come up when we ask the question, how can community access collections that are held within these institutions? But because I'm a person that likes structure, this for me is something better to look at. A little bit more clear. I'll start at the very top, and you can see it says, institution knows the data exists. So that's our starting place when we start to have these conversations, because so often we've found instances of institutions having boxes or hard drives of material and that they don't know the contents of. If there aren't clear translations, they might not know what languages are written down. It might be a mix, or in many instances, the collections go completely unopened and unseen. If it is opened, has it been catalogued? Has it been catalogued consistently? Has community had the opportunity to enrich the metadata that tells the real story of the collections? I want to take the opportunity to challenge what your idea of metadata might be. In this space, metadata doesn't always look like creating tags. Enriching metadata might be our old people telling stories about the stories that were written down because they remember them. In language, metadata enrichment also looks like our people who can speak the language telling us how it should sound. We are losing the opportunity to enrich our metadata every day because our old people are dying at astonishing rates, and this work is really, really urgent. The last thing I'll say while I'm on this side of the flowchart is highlighting the access issues, policies, protections, and restrictions. So much of our data is hidden under policies with paternalistic guises of protecting us from harm, but not enough action and notice is being taken to mitigate the harm that is caused by keeping our collections locked up. Jumping over now to the other side of the flowchart, just remembering that this is still considering communities accessing institutional data. Does the community know the data exists? Often not. Even if the data within the institution has been catalogued, looked at, communities still might not know that it exists. If they do know, how do they access it? Do they have to go and access it in person? Is it in a digital format? If it is in a digital format, can it be accessed online? If it can it be repatriated? And if it can be repatriated, to where? These are some of the questions we're starting to address within the strategy. And this brings me to the other side of the strategy. So first language community-controlled collections. I've got this flowchart here for you to have a look at, but I wanted to give a real-life story. Last week, I was on beautiful Larrakia country with the Aboriginal Resource Development Centre, along with the Language Data Commons of Australia, who are running a workshop on migration into ARA-Crate format. The centre's experiencing what we see a lot, which is data. They have data across a lot of digital formats that are quickly going extinct because they're on files that are no longer supported. Technology is advancing so quickly that even if a language centre has done work to digitalize their materials, they're quickly losing access to those because they don't have the technology to keep up. I don't have to spell it out for this group, I'm sure, but things like data clouds and databases, they cost a lot of money. There's so many barriers to access for our communities. I've got a photo up here of their file room. These files that are mostly being catalogued and digitised, but I wish I could show you their storeroom. Out of respect for the shame that many of our communities experience when they're thinking about their archives, I don't take photos of those things, but if you could imagine, they're boxes and boxes of rotting materials. There are materials that are so invaluable, they're undigitised, and they're at serious risk of decay. I also wanted to show this photo, which is just a photo of the deadliness we can create when we are given the opportunity to manage our collections and the collective benefit we can get out of it. Finally, I just wanted to bring up the fair and care principles. Thanks, Gita, I pulled that off your website. Just because, as I'm telling this story, I'm sure you can start to imagine how the principles of fair and care add really helpful framework to considering how institutions manage our data and then how we can also manage our own data. One of the most interesting things about thinking about language governance and governance of language data is that it's unlike other forms of governance that we see in this country. I come from a background of native title. When we're thinking about land governance, there might be ownership, but language data, there's this idea sort of universally that it's community owned. So those governance conversations are really interesting and really important. Finally, I wanted to leave you with my favourite thing about this work before I hand over to G, and that is that one of my favourite parts of this strategy is being able to talk with communities about what Indigenous data sovereignty is and what Indigenous data governance is. And let me say, our people are not confused. Our people know that we are sovereign over our language. They know that our language and our language data belongs to us. They know it belongs to our spirits, our bodies, and to our country. And it's a really good reminder that no amount of policy, bureaucracy, or even bricks and mortar take away the fact that our language is sovereignly ours.
Marungbo Alex, we are bonora nataguangyang birapai dangari galban in ngunawol ngambri barai. I'm from a language revitalisation community. I speak Gatang, which is spoken by the Birapai, Watamai and Guringai people. So shout out to some of my country men and women that are in the room. I speak and teach Gatang, and I have over 15 years experience revitalising my language as well. I also manage a team of 9 in a predominantly First Nations team in the state archives. And our MO is unearthing language and cultural material from the archives with an end goal of returning these to community. As an archival institution, we have a responsibility to identify what we hold in the collection that belongs to language and cultural groups. We have a responsibility to facilitate access and not play God with the materials. We also have a responsibility to support writer-reply processes. As a member of a language community, desperate to get my hot little hands on as much data as possible, I have a right to know what all the institutions have of ours. We have a right to access it and respond to it to set the record straight. We have a right to receive our materials in high-quality digitised formats. The standard is currently far too low across archival institutions. A simple dot or a hat on a vowel can influence the way we actually pronounce our words. We call these diacritics. If we want sovereignty over our data, we need to preserve it proper ways to the standard we need and that we deserve, in a way that is fit for purpose. We also have a responsibility to ensure the safety of those engaging with the archival material. We should not be dictating this, but rather creating trauma-informed frameworks. For us, this looks like the application of trauma-informed warnings, not more paternalism, not restricting access. I often draw parallels on this around our old ways. For example, none of our men stood outside a men's site saying that we can't enter. We grew up learning, knowing, watching on where we're allowed to go and where we're not allowed to go. And if you were to navigate a men's site, that would be an informed decision, and you'd have to deal with the consequences of that. That's what our law is about. If we want true data sovereignty, it doesn't look like institutions doing minimal engagement and locking everything down. It doesn't look like the current paralysis many institutions are sitting in. We need to be rational about benefit and risk. In language revitalisation context, findability and access is the difference between my language being able to be reclaimed and my children and their children being able to access it versus being completely gone because archival institutions want to play into protectionism. And all of these points are the reason that I welcome a national collection strategy and a strong policy position on our right to know, our right to access, and our right to reply with respect to language materials. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex and Gulwangang. Now, Jordan and George, do you want to come?
That's not the right slide. Apologies, but that is not my presentation. Identity and traditions. With a population of just over 2,500 people, we have faced the brink of extinction in the early 1900s with less than 150 peoples of our tribe left after plagues of diseases and assimilation policies from the state of Canada. Tsuut'ina Nation is a Dene-speaking language, also known as Athabascan, connecting from other Dene groups, originally a part of northern Dene nations, the Beaver people, but migrated south into the Plains region in the early 18th century. We have Dene relatives all the way down the Continental Divide and relationships to the Navajo people. Their culture, traditions, and customs are deeply rooted in history and our language. Chief Bullhead was the signatory to our Treaty 7 territory, and Tsuut'ina's autonomy and self-determination is recognized. Known for our economic ventures and achievements, including our Taza Park, which is one of the largest Indigenous-led real estate projects in North America, the land management practices and respect for all natural...
Be a lesson for you. Digital data, digital sovereignty is something we all aspire to and want. But if we're not protecting that data, it hurts, trust me. It hurts a lot. We had to rebuild everything from scratch. We had to look at every single piece of data that was on the nation and make sure it was safe to be used again. That took us a long time to get back to where we were before. However, we didn't want to just go back to where we were. Obviously, we had some holes. And so we began rebuilding. Got to hold it a little bit. There we go. We were able to rebuild. We implemented new security protocols. We implemented using modern technologies to protect the data that the nation held dear. We also wanted to make sure that if something were to happen, a disaster of any kind, that we had reliable, immutable data backups off-site that we could go back to if ever needed again. We also wanted to leverage modern technologies. We think of AI technologies. When we introduce those to our data, we make sure that they are limited to the data sets that they're able to look at in order to protect that any data that the nation doesn't want the Microsofts or the ChatGPTs to know about. We also wanted to make sure that vital Tsuut'ina data stayed within Tsuut'ina. One of the key components of our rebuild was to making sure we had a data center that could hold that data that didn't go anywhere. It never left the nation's lands. And so that was a key point of the rebuild, was to make sure that we had this secure data center to do that. We also wanted to make sure that our citizens could reach this data when needed. And we've embarked on a communications project to provide wireless access across the nation lands. And we did all of this so that we could leverage data to make decisions, to keep our history, to make the next year, decade, and century beneficial for Tsuut'ina's citizens. The infrastructure is only a very small part of that goal. And so I'll turn it back to Jordan to talk about what really needs to happen.
No, thank you. No, apologies, I had to skip a slide or two there. One thing we are definitely working towards through our legislative process, as we do have a Legislative Process Act within our nation, that we have over 60 ratified documents and 90 documents currently in draft. This is definitely something that, is a multi-generational work. This is what we consider a mountain project, as we were not the start or the finish of this initiative. And we are working forward to create our own Data Sovereignty Act, policies, regulations for our community, our administration, to be able to share information with our citizens is definitely our goal and the summit of our mountain. And we've been working really hard towards that. And then, sorry, pardon me, I'll just skip a few here. But most importantly is our WUSA, is our future. And how do we bridge that gap? Because like we mentioned, we started from zero. We started from scratch. And, it was very challenging, but, in the darkness is where we find the light of our resilience, and our people have always been resilient. And before these, digital eras, or how we communicate in this current space, we're working hard to bring all of that culture, language, and information to our community and ensure that it lasts longer than all of us and ties back to our treaty, and that it lasts as long as the sun shines, the grass grows, and the rivers flow. Apologies, but 9 minutes, yeah, thank you. Appreciate it, see you guys.
Thank you, Jordan and George. And now I'd like to invite Darcy Karaka, Dr. Amahia Bolton, and Dr. Logan Hamley up to speak.
I ngā mana, i ngā reo, i ngā mātā waka katoa, tēnā koutou katoa. I ngā iwi take o te whenua nei, e Ngambri, e Ngunnawal, ko tēnei te mātā waka o whakauai tēnei, e mihi atu nei o hā atu nei tēnā koutou. Ko Darcy Karaka tōku inga, huri tēnei ngō Ngāti Porou no Ngaitahu ka te Māmoe Waitaha. Kia ora everyone, my name is Darcy Karaka. I am a researcher at Whakaue Researchers. My tribal affiliations to Ngāti Porou on the east coast of the North Island, Ngaitahu ka te Māmoe and Waitaha situated in the South Island.
Kia ora koutou, ko Amohe Bolton tōku ingoa, hauria hau no Tauranga Moana no Taranaki hoki. And I'm the Research Director at Whakaue Research.
Tēnā tātou, ko Logan Hamley tōku ingoa, hauria hau ngō Ngāti Rangi no Wanganui. So kia ora everyone, Logan. My tribal affiliations are to the west coast of the North Island. Kia ora. So we are here to speak about some of the work we've been doing within our organisation, Whakaue Research Services Limited. We're relatively unique in the context of Aotearoa New Zealand in that we're a tribally mandated research centre, so we operate under the auspices of Ngāti Hauiti, which is a iwi or a tribal nation that sits next to mine in the kind of west coast of the North Island. And we were established in 2005 from a postdoc from the Health Research Council of New Zealand. So our founder, Associate Professor Heather Gifford, had a vision of tribal research sitting within tribal authorities, and so took the funding out of the university system and placed it within her iwi, her tribe. And that blossomed into a team of 18 now, and we just had our 20th anniversary earlier this month. Our mandate, it really sits within Māori health, particularly in relation to growing and nurturing the health, well-being and aspirations of Ngāti Hauiti. And I'll leave it there.
So this is, if you can imagine that this is the centre of the North Island, these are the tribal boundaries that we're speaking of for Ngāti Hauiti. Ngāti Hauiti are one of 4 iwi tribal groups who are currently going through a Treaty of Waitangi claims process, so trying to be recognised for the harm that was caused during colonisation. While we are independent from the university structure, we do work that is essentially the same work that would happen in a university, but from a very Māori, kaupapa Māori, we would say, point of view, directed by Ngāti Hauiti. So we do have a structure under which we work, but it's a tribal governance structure. So we sit, the runanga o Ngāti Hauiti are the Tribal Council, Te Maru o Ruahine Trust is a social services arm, there are 2 other economic development arms, and we sit under the social services provider. So we undertake mostly health policy, health services research, but we are also very much integrated into the lives and the decisions and the governance of the tribe. So we have our own work that we do as researchers, but we're also very cognizant of what our tribe needs, and that often causes tension for us and us to think about data sovereignty in very different ways for the benefit of ourselves and for our tribal members.
Ka pai. So yeah, our presentation is called Te Pārarunga o Whakauai. So in other words, Te Pātu Watawata, or the concept of a traditional fortification of a Māori pā site. One of the questions that our iwi owners, Ngāti Hauiti, asked us was, how can we kind of start to implement data sovereignty within our own practices? As we sit under them, they came to us and kind of asked us that. We went out to our kaimahi, our staff, and asked these kind of 3 questions around data literacy, data management, and data governance, brought our thinking together and really started to kind of nut out what data sovereignty means to us through the prism of these 3 pātai. From that, there are a number of, I guess, awakenings and things that people learnt around what data is. We're still starting out. It's very much kind of conceptual at this point. But amongst our staff, there was kind of quite an array of capabilities, competencies, and understanding of what data is and how we use it at Whakauai Research Services. So from that, we collated all that information and we kind of positioned ourselves through looking at the pā site. The person who kind of inspired this was Utuku Pōtaka. He's one of our kaumātua, one of the people we reference, and who works at Whakauai Research Service as well as being attached to the iwi, who actually gave us some information around Ōkahu Pōkea pā and Ngāti Hauiti. And so from the post-its that we've just presented, we came up with the concept of Te Pārarunga o Whakauai, and each kind of aspect of the pā symbolises or is metaphorical of aspects of our approach to our data sovereignty framework in our early years. So we have our pā tutu, or our outer palisades. This is symbolic of our security and defence. It represents our data protection, cyber security, and external barriers against unauthorised access. So these are the palisades or the fence-like structures along the outside. Our pūwhara or watchtowers, these represent oversight and monitoring. They're symbolic of data auditing, monitoring and regulatory compliance. Our pātaka kai or storage house, this is our data repositories. It represents secure data storage and our structured governance frameworks. Our waharoa or gateway, the entranceway, it controls access and ethics, controls who can enter and engage with the data, reinforcing those care principles. Aroa or underground storage pits, these represent our ancestral knowledge. Protected repositories of historical data, cultural narratives and intergenerational knowledge. Our whare mahi or our carved house up on top there, which is kind of hard to see behind that pātutu, is representative of rangatiratanga or chieftainship over data governance, policy, development and iwi-led decision-making structures, such as that Amal presented just before, with Ngāti Hauiti being our governing body. And finally, our tuaropari, these are our defensive terraces. Sometimes these are earthworks, other times these are just as a natural state of the topography. These cliffs are symbolic of the data governance policies that we're looking to enact from iwi level all the way down to community-based regulations. The pā site itself that we're going to look to be kind of, in the future, benchmarking our model against Ōkahu Pōkea. Here's a bird's eye image of that, situated on the Rangitike River. This was actually the historical site of Hauiti the Tupuna, or the ancestor of Ngāti Hauiti, who is the eponymous ancestor for those peoples, where he was situated, built his pā Ōkahu Pōkea, defended his pā successfully, and to this day, that site still remains there, and we visit it annually. So this is our pā tu wata wata o Raranga or whakauai. We're very much the early days. From here we're looking to basically establish networks and connections. We just want to have a kōrero and a chat. So our next steps from here is just what we need to do is continue to gather insights from our own kaimahi, our own staff, around what ideas are to implement our data sovereignty strategy, develop our capability and capacity amongst the team and enhance literacy to produce data kaitiaki or data stewards or guardians in this case, and to continue to develop our pā. It's no way by any means complete. This is a conceptual model at this stage. We're still new to this space in terms of our the wider staff members that we have, but very much excited for the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Darcy, Emma here, and Logan. Now, our final speaker for this session is Siobhan Wright, who'd like to.
Thank you, everyone. It's a real honour to be here. I just extend all my respect to my Indigenous colleagues and the international Indigenous community that is here today. It's such a special occasion. I'm here on behalf of Dr. Terry Janke. I work with her in her law firm on Bidjigal country. I'm a First Nations artist and lawyer. As you can tell, purple is Terry's favourite colour. And I just wanted to actually talk about a particular aspect of our work that Terry has been, working in this space for around 25 years, and it's Indigenous cultural and intellectual property, and how that gets brought into Indigenous data, and also how difficult it is to manage this through traditional Western laws, such as copyright law. So Dr. Terry Janke is a Wuthathi Meriam woman. She founded the firm 25 years ago. We're actually having a 25th birthday party this month. We have about 24 staff, some First Nations, some not, and we are primarily engaged in a lot of consultancy work and also contract work. We do a lot of protocol drafting, and it all kind of derives from a PhD that Terry did around her theory of best practice engagement with First Nations communities, called the True Tracks Principles. We work for governments, non-governments, private sector, non-profits, First Nations artists, entrepreneurs, businesses, and increasingly we're working kind of on an international level as well, with a lot of our principles drawn from UNDRIP, the United Nations Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous People. So, talking about ICIP and Indigenous data, I'm very aware that I'm with the Queens in Australia, the Mayamnari Wingara collective, so I'm not going to preach to the converted there, but in terms of how we conceptualise of Indigenous data, it's a very broad concept, and within that you actually find that you have ICIP, which is Indigenous Cultural and Intellectual Property, and I'm going to go into a little bit more detail in my presentation around how we conceptualise of that. But this dilly bag here kind of represents how it can include both intellectual property, private personal information, including sensitive and health information, which can be covered by the privacy principles at a legal level at least. They don't totally understand Indigenous ways of knowing or holding data, but they do cover at an individual level some content. And then you have ICIP, so you have cultural and community knowledge, you have traditional cultural expressions, cultural heritage, all the things that are actually enshrined in Article 31 of UNDRIP. So, Terry drafted a report, Our Culture, Our Future, way back in the 90s, that outlined sort of really what the state was in terms of how Indigenous cultural knowledge was being used not attributed properly, not handled properly, exploited. We're at the stage now where we're contemplating and working on standalone ICIP protection, which is a huge moment for all of us. But broadly, Indigenous cultural and intellectual property are Indigenous people's rights to their cultural heritage, traditional knowledge, and traditional cultural expressions. And when we teach about it, we use this kind of circular diagram. And the reason that Terry wants it to be circular is to really reflect the ongoing nature of ICIP, how it's constantly evolving and interconnected. It's not hierarchical. And, you know, as you can see, it's connected to land, it's communal, it's about identity, it's a living culture, it's everything. So as we've heard from other speakers, this can include languages, literary and performing and artistic works, cultural property, immovable cultural property like knowledge of sacred sites, Indigenous ancestral remains, traditional scientific and ecological knowledge. So it's a very broad concept. Not as broad as Indigenous data, which is really any data of or about or that affects Indigenous people and country, but it can be Indigenous data. So what are the rights that Indigenous people have to ICIP? It's the right to FPIC, free, prior and informed consent, to be recognised as the primary guardians and interpreters of their culture, to authorise and refuse use, and to benefit commercially from the exploitation and use of that culture, to prevent derogatory use, and to maintain secrecy and privacy around secret and sacred material. So again, we're really drawing back on the element of sovereignty, self-determination and control around this cultural property. So this is really the crux of the presentation, which is about the limitations of copyright to protect ICIP. And when it's found in Indigenous data, it applies to that as well. So the problem with copyright law is, for example, unless I have an agreement, if somebody's filming me right now, the person that owns that video is the person filming me. So when you have, you know, culture that is oral and can include performance, you often have the danger that the person or the institution capturing that then becomes the owner of that cultural expression. There's also no protection over facts. There's no copyright over words. So we've seen, you know, instances where Palawa, Kaurni languages have ended up on Wikipedia and haven't been able to be removed. There's no copyright over data sets and databases. So it's really about the skills in, arranging that knowledge rather than the knowledge itself. As I say, limited protection over ICIP in general. One of the biggest hurdles is the fact that copyright survives a creator only for 70 years. So when you have a 65,000-year-old culture, that presents some issues. There are also a lot of Western ideas around skills, the skills that you bring to knowledge, and we see that coming up a lot in Indigenous bush foods and ecological knowledge. So the idea that you can't get a patent because there's not an inventive step because it's traditional knowledge is something that comes up a lot. And there's no recognition of Indigenous governance. So, you know, we have this barrier here with copyright that, you know, we don't have proper attribution, we don't have protection. And, you know, how do we work against that? I have 2 minutes, less. But basically, we use protocols. We use IP and privacy laws and contracts the best that we can to try and empower First Nations creators and businesses. So I'm constantly drafting Indigenous data sovereignty clauses, ICIP clauses that embed protocols and make binding respect for UNDRIP, because at the moment we don't have it as part of our domestic legislation. We have signed it finally, in 2009, but we don't actually have it ratified. Mobilising privacy law where it does align is good. And again, as I was saying, these are the types of clauses that you look out for in contracts. Confidential information, IDGoc and ICIP clauses, copyright clauses. I'm on 0. So this is the True Tracks principles. This is what we draft all of our protocols around, and they are a very broad 10 principles that guide best practice engagement. I'm going to be quiet now because I'm out of time, but thank you very much for listening.
Thanks so much, Siobhan. I'm just going to invite Bobby up to give a bit of a summary of what's been discussed so far.
Yeah, thanks, Rose. Let's all put our hands together for that panel. It was fantastic. Just such a wealth of information and practice. It's really very inspiring. So yeah, like we heard a range of discussions this afternoon around treaty negotiations in Victoria and sort of how IDSov is playing a role in that process. We then sort of moved over to our peak body of first languages in Australia and really sort of hearing some of the challenges that are happening there. I really liked the breakdown of the metadata being about the stories, the speaking language and restoring language from Alex. But yeah, just that really strong emphasis on governance of language data being really important and that socialisation within communities of Indigenous data governance and Indigenous data sovereignty principles. So of something that Alex had touched on was it's something that Mob already knows, so it's nothing new. And then we sort of moved over to Jordan and the discussion around building these digital data warriors and sort of then talking to sort of the infrastructure system, which is a very interesting process. There's a lot involved in that. And just the process of your rebuilding there after that really unfortunate time. And I really liked the quote, "In the darkness we find our resilience." So that was very, very powerful. And then, so we, moved to Darcy and Co, just around the tribal research that you guys are all doing around Māori health and wellbeing and your aspirations, and just sort of being guided around the tribal governance structure. I think it was really great to be walked through the data ecosystem and, seeing where you're moving to in your work. And that building of data capability and capacity, which is super important for our nations. And then lastly, Siobhan, who spoke about the Indigenous cultural and intellectual property. She acknowledged the work of Dr. Terry Jenke. And just sort of talked us through some of the barriers sort of over Indigenous data governance in that space, the relationship, I guess, with ICIP and Indigenous data, and definitely like the use of protocols. I think it's a very practical kind of use of embedding IDSov clauses and ICIP clauses into different sort of documents within, institutions that we may be working under. So I just want to say thank you very much, and we'll hand it over to the crowd for questions. Okay, so we've got mics roaming. Put your hands up if you've got questions for the panellists today.
G'day everyone. Hi again. This is my last question, I promise. I'll shut up after this. But the First languages work that you guys are doing is fantastic, and I'm very familiar with the Gambay map. It's awesome. Your flowchart you had there with access, just I guess a suggestion or maybe a question if you sort of considered this. I had an intern about 2 years ago whose final project was the creation of an AI model that was able to take an academic paper and just pull out what the old people said and reduce a 200-page paper down to about 3 or 4 pages of just what the old people said. Having information locked up in these administrative forms or administratively ordering it into an academic paper effectively locks off access, because if you get given a milk crate full of thousands of pages of documents, most of which is just waffle on by some professor somewhere, then it's effectively locked away. So is that something maybe you considered, or we can talk about after, or I can give you an intro to that young fella who did that too as well?
There's mics just down by the side. Oh, the other side. Sorry.
Thank you so much. I'd say AI is definitely something I think about and gets talked about in a broader languages space. AI can speak so many languages, and I don't envy the people who do the work on Indigenous data governance when we consider the implications of AI, but I definitely see it as a major tool. I see the governance being our biggest barrier to entering into that kind of work, because we still have to do the capacity building with our people. I don't know that we're there. Not in FLA anyways, but I definitely recognise and see how much of a tool it could be for that kind of work. And I mean, I've seen some demos of what AI can do with our languages. It's incredible. And yeah, I look forward to seeing sort of where our thought leaders take that work, but thank you.
We've got another question over the side here. Can you get the mic over there?
I promise not to pass out, I'm nervous as. But first of all, Yamalandi Dora Nganawa Yama. My name is Delphine Fraser, I am a Ngunnawal woman. And I'd like to say thank you for every single one of you that are in this room. You build up the cultural capital of my nation, and you bring honour that yous have all travelled here, and I wish you the most safest travels back. The reason I'm asking a question is knowledge. I studied my degrees, and I'm fortunate to do 3 degrees on my nation. And one thing about data sovereignty I've learnt about, and my mother always taught me, is the owner of information is the knowledge keepers, and it can be used against you. Sorry. So the history and the storage of Aboriginal governance in Australia, and especially with institutions. I always thought that our stuff was picked up and taken straight over to England. I didn't think there was anything hidden. And coming and studying, I knew that institutions hold so much knowledge. And I did some work here at ANU and just the history. So they actually have records of Tasmania, and within these records they have the place, the nation, the traditional name, and then what their white name was, and then their colonised name and what they paid. So these records were back in early 1700s, and by the time they got to Northern Territory, they had no name, they had no nation, they only had their duties. And the men were broken down in, they were cleaners, stockmen and whatever, and the women were cleaners, cooks, and I won't mention the other name, we all kind of know what it is, and in that thing. So it's that whole thing of where the loss of identity and institutions and where they are, and gathering back this data. Sorry, I'm really nervous. So what I wanted to say was thank you for this, and just within the universities and the knowledge that they contain, I think they need to be very honest and opening up archives. And I think the amount of data that is collected and stored, it's not over in England, it's actually sitting in our back doors. And I'd like to thank everyone in this room and working, but it's just uncovering that, it's uncovering the data, but I'll stop. Thank you.
Any other? Oh, we have a question down here.
Thanks very much.
Aaron Franks. I've got a question for Jacob. I think I was, what I learned today about the treaty process or lack thereof, or certainly not lack of trying in Australia is kind of the extent of my knowledge, so I apologize for that. But one of the many things you said caught my ear was in the draft of a process with the Victoria Treaty Act, you mentioned including a mechanism of enforcement where, if the state hadn't met an obligation, that there would be a means of enforcing that. And I know it's draft and probably complicated, but could you comment a bit more on that? Because that idea of building in a consequence is it's pretty important. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, so the Treaty Authority and Other Elements Act, it only talks about up until signage. Once a treaty gets signed, that's where the Treaty Authority's duties finish. And so implementation and enforcement, it's not clear exactly what might happen yet. But, potentially that bit of legislation could get amended so that the Treaty Authority does have a role to play. There could be another body set up, a treaty implementation or enforcement body. The state could decide to give that body power to be able to enforce itself. But yeah, that's the big challenge with treaties, is the implementation and enforcement. And yeah, don't have a simple answer to that, and know that, like with the modern treaties in Canada, that's also a challenge. Takes many years to get to sign one, but then maybe the even harder work is once it's signed and to then get it implemented and enforced.
I just wanted to ask a question around the treaty stuff. So obviously, when we do our in Queensland, as you know, the PARTA treaty is, I like to say, temporarily put on hold, because as a new government comes into play, there's always the shift of power. So how do you navigate that with your PARTA treaty stuff?
Yeah, it's a really good question. So Victoria has a state election in November 2026. And it's something that all the entities in our treaty ecosystem are thinking about. What might the landscape look like if a particular party gets voted in and decides to... so there's two acts in relation to treaty. So to repeal those, it would need power in both houses to do that. But even if it didn't repeal those acts, there's other ways you could just slow a process right down. So yeah, definitely thinking about it. But I think when I was putting together that slide that had all the different states and territories, I think there's got to be solidarity amongst us all, and that we can really learn from each other and also our colleagues overseas with our international Indigenous solidarity. And, we might be able to get some things done in Victoria, and who knows, things might change in November 2026, but then another state might then be able to make changes. So yeah, we're trying to do as much as we can, and we're thinking to the future. And yeah, I'm sorry also about what happened in Queensland.
We have about 5 more minutes if anyone else has a question. Oh, Maui.
Kia ora. Yes, I just got a question for the tribal groups. So it's really, really nice to see, what you're doing internally in your own communities. How much are you having to work or engage with your neighbouring communities in these conversations around data sovereignty? And is it, around any particular types of information?
Who do you mean by neighbouring communities, Maui? Oh yeah, kapai. So, so at the moment, we are not, because we are right in the middle of our claims process. So the 4 iwi are currently going through that, and that is consuming their life, as you can imagine. So I think for us, in terms of Whakauai as an iwi-owned research centre, I think we need to get our house in order and have our processes and our policies all in place, and then we'll have something to offer both Hauiti and, should they wish to take it up, the other 3 iwi within the large natural grouping that are Mōkai Pātea. But at the moment, we're not, and partly it is because they are just so overwhelmed with their own treaty process.
Oh, one more question.
Yeah, I've just got a question for Siobhan around privacy legislation. So, Proto Reform 4, which is about data sharing, it's sort of couched in a aggregated data process. So that aggregated data kind of just spells out the problems. It doesn't really, it's not that usable really by communities. I'm aware of international legislative changes because of the difference between individual rights versus collective rights. And privacy legislation is a huge barrier for us to progress Indigenous data sovereignty, and arguably the biggest barrier from government. So has there been any consideration by Terry and others around trying to amend that legislation?
Yeah, it's a really good question. We've had lots of discussions in the office about how do we get around it, because it's okay when it aligns, but you know, when you do have community wanting access to Indigenous data and you have privacy principles that are very individually focused, that's where you start to see the tension come out. For me, and this is just speaking off the cuff because I don't have a solution right now to that sort of what really is a conflict in paradigms, which is deeply embedded in the Western legal system. Protocols and contracts are ways to get around the current, impasse. Obviously, you still have to obey the law, and you have to obey the privacy principles. But if you're a sort of organisation of a certain size, having protocols and data management plans and contracts in place that go, that reflect Indigenous data sovereignty principles are the best way to embed that within a project. Having said that, there's also reporting requirements to funders, and that's where we see, a lot of problems coming out, particularly, with tertiary institutions and larger projects. It also depends on the willingness of the parties to get creative. Like, to what extent are we going to embed these principles and come up with solutions in our collection practices? And we're talking about getting right down to the detail of data management plans, as well as the contracts that govern them.
Thanks very much, everyone. We're at time. Could we please give the panellists a round of applause, showing their expertise? And if you'd like to make your way off stage, we've got a gift for you.
As our wonderful speakers will make their way off stage, it's my job to offer some brief closing remarks before we enter into breakout sessions, lightning round sessions, after following afternoon tea. So it's been already an absolute pleasure, a privilege, in fact, to sit and listen and be inspired. I feel like the room's already saturating with ideas, strategies and innovation to activate Indigenous data sovereignty across various sectors and various states, whether it be truth-telling and treaty, languages, cultural revitalisation, or political resurgence, the provisions around Indigenous cultural and intellectual property, privacy, or whether it be the exercising of Indigenous data governance through tribal and iwi governments, and how they collect and organise and protect their own data. We've heard already about how different groups and different individuals are exerting Indigenous data governance to various degrees over large, complex health and administrative data sets and archival institutions. I've particularly been struck by the diversity of work to which Indigenous data sovereignty is being applied and the creativity and ingenuity to apply common principles across vastly different contexts. It would seem that we are all so different and yet very much the same. I thank all the speakers in our, who participated in our opening sessions. I'm reminded that to thank our sponsors and our partners also. So again, to the CSIRO as the partner for IDSov 2025, so we all thank them. To Cancer Australia, the gold sponsor, the Australian Institute for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Studies, the Australian Academy of Social Sciences, and the National Association of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Health Workforce Practitioners for their silver sponsorship. We thank you. And bronze sponsors, the National Indigenous Australians Agency, the Lowitja Institute, the University of Sydney, and the Alliance of Indigenous, the Australian Alliance of Indigenous Genomics. A number of the sponsors do have stalls in the main auditorium, and if you haven't yet, I'd encourage you all, please, to swing by and have a yarn with them. Otherwise, they just have to talk to each other. So following afternoon tea, we'll move into lightning round presentations. There'll be 2 rooms for the lightning round. One of them will be here in this main auditorium, and the other one will be in T2, Theatre 2. That's up the stairs. So please check the app and see which one you'd like to go to. They will begin at 3:30. I'd ask that all the presenters for those lightning rounds please come to their room, grab some morning tea and then head straight to the rooms to make sure that everything is in order for your presentations. And finally, just reminding everyone of the cultural program. Following the final sessions, there will be a film screening, beginning with the short film Ornmol before the feature of the Sapphires. If you feel like going along in a good feel-good fare, I'd recommend going and checking out the Sapphires, and that will start at 5:15, and there will be popcorn. Tomorrow morning, if you're feeling that way inclined and you haven't sort of had too much fun hanging out talking about data problems this afternoon, there is a walk happening at 7:15, so that's at the beginning at Mocken and Green Grout Cafe. It's a bit of a mouthful, but that's near the Ovolo Hotel. If you want to participate in that, you're not sure, like if Google Maps doesn't tell you, you can find any one of the folks with blue shirts and they'll be able to give you some more information. It's not far, and it'll be a beautiful walk. So Ray will be leading that with Bobby for a run or a walk, depending on how you're feeling. So please do check out and participate in the cultural program. So having afternoon tea now, back in the rooms beginning at 3:30. Thank you all, see you then.
This gives the presenters a chance to talk to you more intimately and gives you a chance to see the posters. I'll give everyone a minute or two to do that and then we'll get going. And I'll ask our presenters to make their way to the stage, please. Or if the presenters could at least kind of come close to the stage, that would be great. Yeah. Sorry. So it looks like people have made their move. Thank you very much for doing that. And you will have an opportunity to come up here and see the posters in detail and read them on your own. So I think I will introduce people this time around. We have 3 panelists in order, or presenters in order. Ibrahim Garba is presenting on an UNDRIP-based model for institutional data policy and governance. Then we'll hear from Rebecca Rivers and Lorraine Hill on from privacy by design to governance by design. And Larissa Renfrew, who will speak to Tikanga and ethical considerations for visual research with young Maori. I think I'll ask Ibrahim to use a handheld mic. And Ibrahim, you'll have 5 minutes. And then in the spirit of lightning round, we'll just fire off questions from where you're seated. Maybe we'll have a handheld mic out there too. Is there a volley? Oh, right on. Okay. Thanks very much. Ibrahim Garba.
Hello. Good afternoon. All right. That has been a reflection of the trip generally. So I have my stopwatch going. Is there a timekeeper? Keep me honest. All right. Thank you. All right, so Ibrahim Garba, thanks for the intro. I'll get straight to the poster, but I will say this is the first poster I've done. I've lost this almost 5 times between leaving LA and here, so I'm glad to be here and to be done with it. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. Okay. So there are 2 columns on the poster. I'll spend a bit of time on the left. There's a QR code at the bottom here if you want to use your phone to get some of the background on the UNDRIP articles and then the analysis of the examples. So do that at your own pace. But on the left are 3 components that are tied to the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And it's Article 31 talks about data, but these 3 elements have something more to do with the structure of UNDRIP as a legal document. So the 3 principles are internal autonomy for Indigenous peoples, collective authority, which has come up, individual versus collective rights, and then external participation, which have a lot more to do with what the obligations are of an external data user to incorporate Indigenous rights and interests in how they do routine business. So those are sort of the 3 elements. On the right side are 3 visual representations of the model. And the idea, the input I'm hoping to get, this is a work in progress, so I'll describe what the metaphor is, and then, I'll just go ahead with that. So basically you have a loom, like I guess we have some weaving going on upstairs, but the idea is that this is, what's the up and down? Warp, there you go. So 3 warps that represent the examples there. The data coming across, the colored ones, are the actual data coming. On the left side, you have Indigenous peoples. On the right, you have external data users. And then the top half is governance of data, and the bottom half is data for governance. And so in these examples, so basically there are 3 ways you can use the model so far that these show. The first is just assessing a single document. So if you have a policy at a university or a state agency, you can kind of run it through the analysis to see whether it meets those 3 standards. The second, you can compare. So this has University of Arizona, which is where my group works from. That's their tribal consultation policy that includes research. The second one is a tribal research ordinance from a tribe in Arizona. So you can kind of lay those beside each other and compare whether they meet those UN DRIP standards. And then finally, from a more practical perspective, if you're planning a project, you can basically look at both. So for instance, if the university does not have a policy that covers all 3 elements for data governance, you could then combine it with a tribal ordinance if they're members of that tribe in the project and see whether it meets all 3. So that's what this is going on here. So document assessment, document comparison, project planning, and then these are just examples from the US. So as far as input, what I'm trying to get some input from you on is, one, seeing how this applies to your various jurisdictions. Since it's a global gathering, it's always good to see whether this model applies. Some other input too is just the metaphor. It's a loom. How useful is it? I've already got some feedback from folks who have looked at it already. But it'd be good to hear whether this is a good way to think about and start a conversation about data governance and policy. 1 minute yet? Okay, all right. And then, so this is in the process of testing, and over the next year or so, if you're interested and you have a policy or a project, we're in the process of testing it across jurisdiction and different kinds of projects. So I'll try to leave my email or something. Yeah, but I think that's about it. So again, on the left side are the actual UNDRIP-based principles. On the right is a model for starting a conversation, and actually the idea was to have a 3D model of uprights and having a conversation and actually having to weave it through. So that's maybe at a later edition. But I'll stop there for now for questions.
Thank you very, very much. Don't leave. This is the lightning part. Any questions for Ibrahim? And stick up your hand and we'll make sure you get a microphone. Oh.
Kia ora, Ibrahim. I love the idea of the metaphor, but I think there was something that you finished off with which particularly piqued my attention, and it was the conversations that you have around that 3D model, and I think that's the thing which brings absolute richness to your model. So we can do the analysis, but it's the actual conversations which would provide some richer data for you.
Thanks for that, and we'll keep it going. So actually, I'll let the questions keep coming. I'll stick around for the conversation.
I think after this is a 1 hour, very lightly facilitated breakout discussion, and part of that can be, if our presenters are okay with it, staying and making themselves available for questions and allowing people to come right up to the posters and have a good read of them. So thanks very much, and stick around. Okay, thank you. Save on the laptop. Rebecca and Lorraine.
Okay. Oshkinagig, Indishnakas, Kitiganzivi, and Shabeg, and Dojaba, Makwa, and Dodam. I'm coming to you from Ontario, Canada. What I first want to say is that Indigenous data governance does not exist in child welfare or child and family services in the province of Ontario, and that is because of what Elder Doris Young had said earlier. We are operating, our sector operates under a state system. However, what we are here to share with you today is how we are taking up space as Indigenous people, exerting control over Indigenous data and privacy. So child and family services, like many other sectors, is a very delicate ecosystem. But what we've found in our experience is the people, systems, and functions work in isolation, which is, as we all know, inherently incongruent with us as Indigenous people, our ways of knowing and being. We understand the importance of interconnectedness, and so this example, or what we're going to share with you in this tool, is an example of challenging non-Indigenous partners, in our case, the provincial government, who happen to also be our primary funder and regulator, to apply a holistic lens when they're developing tools and imposing them on us and their policies. So I do want to share, my aunties and uncles never returned home to my grandmother, who is an Indian day school survivor. And I think of them often when doing this work, and I think of them and the hundreds of thousands of other Indigenous children who were reduced to numbers or client IDs. And, you know, that stripping our people of their names and their identity is a systematic tactic to ensure the erasure of our people, our culture, and our nations. And so I think about our nations are the strongest when all of our members are well. and we make decisions based on the well-being of all of our members of our entire nation, versus a Western view of data and privacy that is to protect the individual's right to privacy. So if you're a visual person like me, that Western view is linear, and it goes from individual to state, and it flows one way. Whereas you look at a child who is wrapped around their family and parents, who then is wrapped around a community and nation, and that information, the stories, the spirit of those beings flows in and between and around those concentric circles. And so this was and continues to be our challenge, getting non-Indigenous government bodies to apply that holistic lens, to honor data for what it is. It is stories and of people and communities, and to understand that privacy is relational and it's not transactional. So I'm going to pass it over to Lorraine.
All right, so now we're going to talk about how we envisioned a culturally congruent privacy tool. Several years ago, an internal ministry audit of child welfare data unearthed the ministry's mismanagement of personal information in the provincially owned and managed database that's used by 37 non-Indigenous agencies and 4 to 15 Indigenous agencies in Ontario. It's really important to know that 60% of Indigenous children and youth are being serviced by non-Indigenous agencies at this time. Based on the audit, a privacy impact assessment tool, which we know to be a process used to evaluate how personal data is collected, stored, protected, shared, and managed, was presented to us by the ministry. The tool was created in complete absence of any engagement, consultation with the sector, moreover, Indigenous entities, despite the ministry's commitment to truth and reconciliation. As the tool was also void of any Indigenous perspectives on data ownership and governance, as well as the application of the OCAP principles, our agencies did not accept the constraints of the tool. And so what did we do? We decided we were going to develop our own tool. We envisioned a tool that was culturally sound. We looked to our elders, our privacy community of practice, and the sacred teachings for direction. This led to the development of the 7 Grandfathers Teachings Privacy Impact Assessment Tool, which are using the 7 sacred teachings as the guiding principles intended to ensure a better life for all First Nations Indigenous peoples. I think what I'll do is turn it over back to Rebecca, because we are out of time, and it's yours to close.
We just wanted to say that this tool, it's not a packaged product, and we're not offering the tool. What we are offering, though, is to sit with folks who are interested in, maybe you have a tool that's been imposed upon you and you want to make it your own, and you want to use your own knowledge systems to make it work for you and your community. So not that you all need permission, but we are here to say that if things are being imposed upon you, it is okay, and we're giving you permission to take them apart and mold them and shape them and make them your own. Because that's what it is all about, and we are just taking up space when Indigenous data governance and sovereignty is not possible as the current sector that we work in is set up. Miigwech.
Thank you, Rebecca and Lorraine. So don't run away. This is the lightning bit. Any questions? Any lightning strikes? Oh.
Kia ora. How easy was it to align the grandfather's teaching with privacy, the idea of privacy?
What we did is we took apart the ministry, the colonial ministry tool, of all of the questions that they asked that identify risks, and we aligned them with the 7 grandfather teachings. So there was, it was an opportunity for us to look at asking questions in a different way that respected love, trust, respect, all of the teachings. We also embedded the OCAP principles, and obviously within 5 minutes, we don't have the opportunity to share that. We do have a PowerPoint that we presented out in Vancouver last year at Our Children Our Way that will give the breakdown. And again, we are more, this is not, we have no ownership of this tool. We are very happy to share this additional information. Miigwech.
I hear a clap of thunder. I think that was the lightning. Thank you very much, and please feel free to ask more questions during the breakout. Thank you. Yes, I'd like to ask Larissa Renfrew to take up the mic. Hi.
Tēnā tātou katoa. I would like to thank the elders for the welcoming ceremony this morning and for allowing us the opportunity to speak on this land. He uria hau no Te Raroa, Ngāpui, Ngāti Pāwa, me Tainui hoki. So I descend from the far north of the North Island all the way down into the central part of the North Island of Aotearoa, New Zealand. And I am here to speak about tikanga and ethical considerations for visual research with young Māori. So I was on a project that spanned from, I think, about 2017 to 2020, 2021. And I did my master's research on this project, and we looked at how young Indigenous Māori use whanaungatanga, which is like a form of connection and enduring connections with each other, to create or foster well-being within themselves. And during this time, we asked them to take photos of what it meant to be well and what it meant to engage in whanaungatanga. And while they did that, they took many photos. And so we had a giant data set. And so we kind of got together as Māori researchers and went, what do we do? And this is kind of what came out of that. So we understood that visual inquiry is a really powerful method for many Indigenous people to connect and do research. But challenging things came up in regards to institutional ethics and our own ethics as Indigenous peoples. And so we used wānanga a lot. So we sat down and we had really big, long conversations as Māori researchers about what we thought was ethical and what we thought was right in regards to some of the images that were there. Because some of the images were of things like our burial grounds and of our meeting places. And while these are really powerful and really important things that our young people wanted to get across to us, we recognised that this is not something that we should be using in research and visual research spaces. And so I kind of came up with mātāpono, which is like touchstones to engage in tikanga and visual research. And so with these touchstones, it's just things where we would look at a set of images and we would think and ask questions of ourselves and each other. And sometimes we had answers and sometimes we didn't have answers. And I think it was really powerful and important to kind of recognise that. And so with mātāpono, we have some values, some Māori values that we align to. And with those values, we also kind of put understanding concepts around each of them. So when we would ask questions of each other, thank you. So when we would ask questions of each other, we would think about, are we coming from our heart space when we think about these images? Youth are not always very dependable on getting consent for images, and so that also makes it really difficult. And so we would have photos of rugby teams, and we would like, oh, hey, did you get consent from your rugby team to take this photo? And they'll be like, oh, no, they'll be all good. And we're like, that's not how this kind of works. And so we had these kind of considerations of, okay, if we're going to utilise this image in research, do we blur every face but the one face? Is blurring faces okay? And are we going to stylistically image them in a certain way to give them anonymity? And does anonymity take away from the mana of a photo and the understandings of what that means to be Māori? And so through all these kind of considerations, I thought it would be a really great thing to share with other people, because I think not a lot of people talk about in research where things go wrong. And I actually think it's really powerful and really important to talk about where things go wrong and how you think about them and fix them if they are things that can be fixed. And so it was one of those things where we've written up about it, and the poster will eventually become a paper. And so we'll be able to publish kind of where we went wrong, where we thought about fixing it, and how we thought about fixing it. And I don't necessarily want the touchstones to be a tool to be a tick box, to be like, this is how we engaged with it. And that's why I think I left it open to this interpretation of some of the values that we have in Te Ao Māori, and how you think your project and the visual research that you've engaged with your data set actually align to those values. And so it's a more value-based thing that you don't necessarily get to tick off, but can consider when you do your visual research in that space. Did I run out of time? Thank you. I do hang on to that. You don't have to have a question. It's so fun. Yes.
Kia ora, I'm Michelle Lee Brown. I'm with Indigigenius, and we run the Lakota AI Code Camp, and we have literally thousands of images from the students every year. I was curious about if you could talk about the storage of the images, like where you store them, and sort of the protocols around that.
That is an institutional fight that we're currently still having. It's an institutional fight we're still having. In our institutional ethics with the University of Auckland, we just had to store them securely on blah, 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 blah. And so right now, we have this giant data set that is sitting in university space. The university don't own the images. We still retain that permission, but we've actually run into a speed bump at the moment where we've forgotten to relapse our ethics. Our ethics has relapsed, and now they're trying to fight us and say, well, this is actually a data bank, well, this is this, and they're not actually giving us access currently to the images. So I'm currently in an institutional fight. It's been great. It's been great. And, I'm actually also doing my PhD ethics at the same time, and so I'm just really angrily writing that out and making sure that I have crossed all my T's and dotted all my I's because of the type of institutional fight that we're currently having. Oh, yes, we also created a data access proposal form. So that was one of the big things as well. Thank you, Logan. Some of my research team is here with me. We created a data access proposal form because we recognised that it was really important to protect this data set. And so if anyone wanted to try and engage with the research, they can, but they've got to fill this out, they've got to go through, and we've got to we essentially assess, what are you looking at this data for? Why are you looking at this data? Okay, maybe you can access the data, but not currently right now because we're fighting.
Okay. Hello, this is Himera.
Hello.
Hi. I'm a Yamaji Badimaya woman from Western Australia, from the desert. So my question is, I work with the United Nations with a lot of Indigenous people. There's about 370 recognized under the United Nations, Indigenous people. I think we are very lucky to have this safe place here to discuss. So my question is to images. I remember working with some communities, actually elders do not approve images. So how did you get that question around if there is such a thing in Maori culture around images, Because some Indigenous communities, I have come across, images are not a thing, Especially look at our rock art. It doesn't depict a person identity, it's just depict there's a person, So how did you get around question that with your elders and ethics with the images?
The images, I think the big thing is for Māori, we have imagery that depicts on our skin, we have imagery that depict on our meeting places, and so our rangatira advisory group didn't necessarily have any concerns around the images.
and our young people are more than enthusiastic to take photos of things. So it's more of the balance between the two of we tried to really talk about what consent was to the young people, and when we gave them their tablet, there was even a video on there to continually remind them, like, this is what consent is, this is why it's important. But there's this kind of in-between space where we didn't want to tell them what to not take photos of and limit the type of capability of what they wanted to talk about. And so that did make it difficult when the data set did come in, because the images of our burial grounds are not something that we're going to publish in our research space. That's not okay. But we still wanted to honour the fact that they mentioned that and that it was a space for connection and healing for them. And so we were able to write about what they said, but we just did not add the image as well. And I think in those ways we were honouring our elders and recognising that even we know that these are wahitapu and we're not going to put those into a research space, and that basket of knowledge is not for everybody. But instead, we would honour the words that came with the image, and we would utilise that to try and create the narratives, reminding us that our burial grounds are important to us and to our young people. Yeah.
Tēnei te mi ki a koe Larissa o Tirai tō rōpū. Matapono meke, how did you navigate the perspectives of those matapono? So my version of aroha could be completely different to your version of aroha.
That's the point.
Yeah.
And that's what I really wanted to kind of get across. I didn't want this to be, and I think that's why I didn't want it to be a tick box, is because it's so important for your understandings of aroha to come through. Because this is not a, oh yeah, I engaged in aroha in your method section. This is very much how you consider, what you consider aroha to be, how you understand your data set, and then how you've engaged in aroha with your data set. And I think that's kind of the connection and the importance of having these values there, because you're right, all these values are different to all of us, but I think it's the way that you interpret it to make it tika, to understand that you are pono in what you know, and to utilise that tikanga in a different way. To have that kind of free space to navigate what aroha means to you, what mauri means to you, and what mauri means to the people in your data set as well, or your community. Hello.
Hello.
This is more than one question.
Sorry.
I'm good. I'm just like, I'm not 3 minutes.
Look, I'm Melinda Mansell. I come from Palawakampa in Tasmania. I really like the idea of this, and I look at all the data sets that we try and work with in community, and I think the value of using a pictorial process is really good. However, how often do you review, or what process have you got in place to review a data set like this? So if someone's included in the pictures, you may have had the okay to use their picture. If that person passes in a lot of our communities, we wouldn't be able to use that. So what process have you got in place to make sure that the community protocols are adhered to as well as the government ones?
That's a really good question. I think the hard part about that is we weren't working with just one community. I will use a Lara quote here and say we were doing a pan-Māori research project, and that was all of the young people came from lots of different communities, but they were located either in the Northland, in Auckland, or in Waikato. So these were like regions. And so we didn't necessarily stick to one community's tikanga or kaupapa, or what's the English word for that? Cultural practices. And we understood that we kind of had to take a little bit of a wider step back. And so in that wider step back, that's kind of where we were stuck asking all these questions of ourselves, because we were like, okay, well, there's not necessarily one particular cultural practice that we can follow, because we have, you know, young people from so many different areas of New Zealand. And so for us, it was this understanding that mata pono, that we would still stay true to what we know to be our cultural values. And we also had an elder advisory group and a young people advisory group. And so when we had kind of gone through the analysis of the images, we went back to our elders of our advisory group and we said, hey, look, we've kind of come across all of these different things. And so we had discussions with our elders from the advisory group that we got together for this research project. And we said, what do you guys think? And so in some examples of our marae, our community settings, they were like, oh, well, if they've taken a photo of the marae, go back to the marae and ask the marae committee if they're okay with the release of that image. And we said, okay, cool. And so we did get a lot of advice from our elders that were a part of that research advisory panel, but also we recognised that white institutional research timing and funding doesn't necessarily mean that we get to go back to 4 different marae scattered across New Zealand to ask for permission. So we recognise that maybe we won't utilise these images because we don't have the time and resource to actually go and ask for permission. So we kind of put them in the same group as the burial sites of this will not reach the light of research, but we can acknowledge the narratives that came with those conversations and the interviews with the images with the young people. And that's kind of, yeah, that was the way we skirted around actually utilising the image, but still making sure that their voices were heard. Yeah. One more question. Hello. Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
I just had a quick question. Louisa Warren, my family are from Bardo Island up in the Torres Strait. Just a quick question. You mentioned the data access proposal form.
Mm-hmm.
So is that something you created through this research project, or did your institution already have one?
We created this ourselves.
That's what I thought. Okay, thank you.
So I freshly had joined Te Manararanga, the Māori Data Sovereignty Network, and so was incredibly passionate about Māori data sovereignty, and a couple of the other researchers on the project as well got roped into creating the data access proposal form with me. And then once we'd all created it together, we went and took it to our, what's a PI? Our primary investigators of our research project, and just were like, hey, this is something that we've been considering. Do you think that this is okay? They went through it and went, oh yes, we've got similar ones for other projects, and that's kind of how we got to create it. But we did it ourselves. We didn't follow the institution's version.
Thank you. And then my second question is, what happens to the data and governance of the data once the project team has moved on?
This is what we're currently in. So from this project, we actually got more funding to do a very similar project, and we wanted to kind of follow through with this data set because we recognised that this was a giant data set and we hadn't actually told all the stories that we know could come from this data set. But yeah, the lapse in ethics timing has now meant we are fighting the Institute to maintain sovereignty over this data, which is not fun. But, and you know, one of those like things that I think are really important about doing research is telling people about your mistakes so that these mistakes don't get made by other researchers, because nobody wants to fight the institution for your own data set. And so, yeah, the data set is still there, but I think after this, we wrote into our consent forms and assessment forms that the young people filled out that once we had finished doing research with this data set, that it would all be deleted and wiped. And they were asked during the interviews whether they wanted to keep their images and all of that, and some of them did, some of them went, nah, cool, I'm done. And so some of them were able to take them back and take them home, and I think a lot of the young people who had taken very professional looking photos kept theirs, but some of them like were screenshotted from like Snapchat and Facebook, and so they didn't really care about keeping those images because they were just ones that they'd screenshotted to show us anyway. So yeah.
That's all. Thank you.
Cool. No more questions? One more question.
We'll take one last question and we'll have to break out.
It's a really quick one. If I have given, just say with the visual database, if I've given you consent to use my photo and then for whatever crazy reason, 2 years down the track, I've decided that I don't want my image to be stored or used again, what type of rights do I have to come to you and say, please pull it?
You get to just call us and we pull it. And it's honestly as simple as that. We did put that into our ethics, I think, because at any time, if you want to get out of the research, you have every right to, I think. Is it? Oh, that's just us being good people? Okay, well, we just wrote that in then, I guess, because that's what I've always known it to be. If it's not an institutional thing, then damn, it's not institutional, it's just something we do. Okay, that's new information to me. And yeah, it is complicated. Oh yeah, if your image has been put into like publication, that then makes it incredibly difficult to try and get out of the data set. But if your images have not been used in any research and they're sitting in the data set, it should be an easy removal. Yeah. No other questions? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Larissa, and thank you for such wonderful questions. This is a sort of adventure part of the program, and I understand that it is 5 after 4, and people might be flagging a little bit. So what I'm going to propose is just a couple suggestions. This is essentially a breakout space for discussion. The other people are upstairs. They've done something similar with posters around the theme of Indigenous nations making their data sovereign. So a couple things. Maybe I'd ask our presenters to stick around and make themselves available for maybe the next half hour and allow people to come up on stage here, give the posters a good read and be able to ask one-on-one questions. I think one of the really interesting things about this theme is that, it's this big sort of muddy middle of our work, right? Policy, frameworks, models, touchstones, they're all guiding our attention in certain ways, right? Asking us to focus our energies in certain ways. How binding are these things? It's very context dependent. It's, if you're in an organization that has official policy, then you are and your colleagues are bound in certain ways. You have perhaps quite mainstream legalistic responsibilities. Often our responsibilities are moral and about who claims us and who we belong to and our obligations to each other. So all of these are models that sort of work in that space where we're defining how enforceable these are. We're defining how they operate. So I encourage you to come up and look at the posters and ask our colleagues questions. So the other thing is, it's been suggested that this is a time where people can huddle up, depending on which part of the world you've come from Aotearoa or here in Australia or Turtle Island, North and South, to sort of think through the day together and compare notes. We do have a note-taking template that's been passed around the tables, and I think it's an interesting tool because it's not just panelist A said this or B said that. It's actually got spaces for how does this apply to my work, what further questions would I ask if I could, what are the aha moments. So those are a couple of suggestions for how to use this time. I think you should be free to network with people in the other room as well, right? If you have colleagues there.